What's going on, guys? Welcome back to another edition of the Evolution of Sports Talk Television. It's the Sports Web on a busy Monday night here on the Evolution of Sports Talk Television. I'm your host, Peter Blake. How do we start off this show? As you know them, you love them, you got to have them, so let's get it out of the way. Bring the passion, bring your excitement. Just don't bring any nonsense. On tonight's show, of course, we will have Harry the Greek professional handicapper extraordinaire. As my co-host, as always, we will have JC Allen of Sports Illustrated coming up here in just a couple moments. After that, we will have L. Bushman, probably push that back about 8:35, 8:40. And then at 9 o'clock, we will have Leo Haggerty of Amped Up Sports to break down all the moves that have happened today with your Tampa Bay Buccaneers. And they are plenty, my friends. So we have to definitely keep track of them. But the big one, of course, Kyle Trask in just the last hour being released by the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. And it's from my understanding that the reason why the Bucs are doing this is because not only did he get hurt in the game, but also there is a deadline at 4 o'clock tomorrow. So they do not want to use that IR spot. They don't want to be have that money guaranteed. So that's why they're releasing him now. And then also, if they don't do this, any way it goes, he's not going to be able to play if they do put him on the IR. until week 9. Of course, they put Jalen McMillan on there because McMillan is making less money than Trask at this point. So it looks like the Tampa Bay Buccaneers are going to come to some type of injury settlement, if you will, as once again, he got hurt in the game versus the Buffalo Bills. Furthermore, there was some talk of him going to somewhere else if he does, and he's going to he's getting released by the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. He could go to the Raiders, but that is not going to happen. Of course, you connected dots with John Spytek being the general manager because it just happened. It just came over. Of course, the Raiders have Geno Smith as their starting quarterback, but their backup, Aiden O'Connell, fractured his wrist. They have now traded for Kenny Pickett from the Cleveland Browns. Pickett has now been traded 3 times in the last 2 years. So the Raiders and Tom Brady and, of course, John Spytek making moves. If you want to connect the dots, and Trask is healthy, which it looks like he's not, but if he's able to come back, maybe the Jacksonville Jaguars and Liam Cohen. But that is the breaking news of the day here in the last hour and a half. Kyle Trask is released by the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. So we will definitely get your comments on it. Lots of other releases. Shiloh Sanders released yesterday to nobody's surprise. And listen, let me come on this show. It was not just the punch that he threw to the Buffalo Bills tight end. That wasn't it. The fact of the matter is, if you look at his Pro Football Focus numbers, they were not good. Did it help the situation? Of course not. Is there an opportunity for Sanders, because he is a good kid, to go and come back on the practice squad? Absolutely. Also, Desmond Watson, local kid, released outright. There was talk of him going to the NFI list. He's been released, been waived by the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, not able to get his weight in check. And then also they released Nick Jackson today, which was a shocker. So lots of things to get to here. We'll get to your comments. As always, open phone line, 727-255-0391. It's 727-255-0391. Real quick, you like the cut? You should. You don't have to go far. Go up the block, Barbershop, 4946 Moog Road in Holiday, Florida. Go and see my favorite barber, Mr. Ricky himself. And whether it's a haircut, a fade, a beard trim, they always got me looking right here. It's Up the Block Barbershop. Once again, tell them the Rolex reporter, Peter Blake, sent you. So, without further ado, let's go out to the man who's been getting all the information. I've been getting some of this information from when it comes to cuts, when it comes to this, when it comes to that, projections. He started out on the Sports Web, Mr. J.C. Allen of Sports Illustrated. Welcome to the evolution of Sports Talk Television, my friend. Sorry about the long intro, but you know me. I got to share it to Facebook. We are cooking tonight with 63 people, now 68, 69 people watching as we do this on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram Live, and YouTube. Welcome. Where do we start? Kyle Trask being released by the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Let's go there, man.
Yeah, no worries, man. I brought up the glow sticks for that intro, so we're good. I was fine.
Yes, man. I had to make sure I get everything taken care of, get everything shared out there, because I know there's.
I know you're the hardest work. You're one of the hardest working men in showbiz.
You know this, my friend. You know this. So Kyle Trask, again, from my information, from my understanding, he hurt himself in the game. The Bucs are trying to avoid not only the guaranteed money, but also taking up that IR spot. So he's not going to be able to play until week 9 in the first place. They're coming to some type of injury settlement. What do you know? What's the latest on your end here with Mr. Trask and the Bucs?
Yeah, well, Kyle Trask and Teddy Bridgewater, as soon as Teddy was signed, usually you don't have Jason Taco come down and talk about it. And he talked about the signing, and you kind of knew it was a little special then. You know the stories, door number 2. Everyone heard about, the whole draft day flirting and stuff like that when he was coming out. So there's always been kind of signs that, and even he said it, we've been flirting for a while, and now we're finally going out. But they talked about Teddy Bridgewater like he was going to be here for the season. He's going to be great for Baker in the room. He's going to be great for the quarterback room. He's like having another coach in there. He's a guy who's done it before, who's got experience in the league. And if you look at the way the Bucs really attacked the offseason, and some things worked out, some didn't, but it was about getting experience, depth because they really feel like they are in a Super Bowl window. And you want someone who's been there and been in the trenches and been through the rigors of a season. And Teddy Bridgewater's done that for better or for worse. So, with Trask, yeah, he kind of hurt himself. From my knowledge, it's not something that's going to be long term. They could have placed him on IR. It would only be 4 weeks, not the 9. McMillan's just going to be out past 9, but for some miraculous reason, he can come back after 4 weeks now. It used to be 8. So,
Right.
So now, but even still, they have an open IR spot. I thought it might go to Jake Majors, who had a cast on his wrist after the Bucs game against the Bills. Then he could come back maybe after week 4. So they had an opening for it. No one else is going to fit that bill, I don't think, for them, unless Josh Hayes or Tyreek Thunderberg are more banged up than we think.
Yeah.
So, they could have kept him. They'll release him with an injury settlement, like you mentioned. Probably won't be more than a couple weeks. At that point, he could re-sign, but the Bucs like Connor Bazelak and like what they saw to him, so he's an option to come back on the practice squad. It always sounded like Teddy Bridgewater would be here in some capacity.
Right.
Whether that was on the practice squad as a veteran, kind of like they did with John Wolford, or the 53-man roster. I think most people thought the practice squad route was something that was going to happen just because of where he was before he signed with the Bucs, coaching high school football, right? Didn't turn out that way. Teddy Bridgewater is QB2, and Kyle Trask will be looking for a new landing spot. And as you mentioned, it won't be the Raiders. Maybe the Panthers, who only have Bryce Young and Andy Dalton.
Wow.
Or maybe he could go to the Jacksonville Jaguars, reunite with Liam Cohen. Although he was available to both of those teams early in free agency, and neither one signed him.
Yep. All right. Let me go out to this guy right here because he is my co-host. He is the professional handicapper extraordinaire. He's one of our good friends here. Let's go out to him. Here we go. If it will. Mr. Harry, the great professional handicapper extraordinaire, analyst of the Sports Web. Welcome to the evolution of Sports Talk Television on a busy Monday night, my friend. When it comes down to this Tampa Bay Buccaneer team, I got to ask you, what are your thoughts on Kyle Trask being released by the Tampa Bay Buccaneers? Welcome to the evolution.
Who knows? They kind of ended his career before it even got started. But yes, 4 years, and I really don't know. I really don't know how to feel about that. It looks like they're going to be committed to go with Teddy Bridgewater. There are some other notable quarterbacks that have already been cut. And don't be surprised that the Buccaneers don't kick the wheels on some of them. Hendon Hooker's out there. There's other quarterbacks that, that can come in here and, they can actually take a good look at.
Yeah, and I want to say this. I thought Bridgewater, and I'll go to the full screen. I thought Bridgewater, ever since they brought him in here, they weren't happy with Trask. Although Trask was a capable backup, you go out and get Bridgewater late in training camp. There's always been that flirtation there. And then furthermore, he knows Josh Grizzard's offensive system with working with him in Miami. So it certainly seems to make sense, JC. With that being said, besides the Kyle Trask being released, Shiloh Sanders, let's get into that. Lots of controversy from Bucs fans out there. They believe it was just based off of that one move against the Buffalo Bills. But again, if you look at the Pro Football Focus numbers, and Harry, I know you hate those grades, but they are just abominable.
I don't live up and down by. I don't live with the PFF grade. I still see with my own two eyes.
I get that.
There's so many players that got these great PFF grades, and
right.
I wouldn't give you 2 quarters for them.
From what I see from Sanders, I get it. He's a hard worker, but he just looked lost in the sauce. Old Marine Corps term there, JC. He didn't like he was in the right place, missing tackles, and then a stupid move like that on Saturday to cost your team. It didn't help, but it's not the only contributing factor. Is that fair?
Yeah, of course. I think there was there was always an uphill battle for Shiloh Sanders. His best bet was going to make special teams. He was a very limited safety. He's more of an in-the-box safety only. And part of the problem with Shiloh going back to college was he's always looking for that big hit instead of the short tackle. And he had some big whiffs. He had some big misses and some missed tackles out there. Missed assignments. That 30-yard catch down the sideline by KJ Hamler on Saturday was part of a missed assignment where I think he was supposed to be picking up the safety going over top where Bryce Hall was taking the guy coming across. and transitioning there and out of place, and that lets up a big 30-yard pass, and they go ahead and score on that play. So there's a lot of things. It wasn't just that, but losing your cool and throwing a punch, even though
Talking about that
David's
real quick, when he threw
Davidson.
that punch, sorry, I have to ask, what was the first thing that went through your mind when he threw that punch?
You can't be the last guy to swing.
I thought he played his last down as a Buccaneer, to be honest with you, when that
I thought so
happened.
too. I thought so
And that
too.
was horrible.
Oh, well, yeah. I mean, I knew he was. Maybe he had a shot at the practice squad, but that sealed his fate. But
I thought he had a shot at the practice squad. I really did. And you know what, JC? They're like, well, look what that tight end was doing to him. Let me tell you something. That
don't
play
be
was
the last to swing.
that
That's
guy.
what I thought.
Right. And I didn't think there was anything egregious what that player from Buffalo was doing. I thought the guy from Buffalo stood on his guy and he was going to drive him into tomorrow. If you don't want to get taken advantage of like that, you don't want to get pushed around.
The end zone
just go
shot.
punch him.
The end zone shot showed a little extracurricular by him, but
Yeah.
Still, don't be the last guy to swing. Boom.
There you go. All right. So Shiloh Sanders is done. Are we surprised by Desmond Watson? Because all we heard was he was going to be, the push-tush Terminator. Todd Bowles had great stuff to say about him. But as we talked about on this show, there was some type of weight limit that he wasn't able to hit. So why not, like Greg Auman of Fox Sports said, put him on the NFI list? Why not? Why did they release him or waive him at this point?
Yeah, I mean, that's what I thought. My projection, I had him going on the NFI list. They just must not have been happy with the progress he was making. That's what it comes down to, because they could have kept him there all season and had him continue to lose weight and work on that, and then even had the opportunity to elevate him to the active roster if he showed enough progress. But they just must not have been happy with the progress he was making in the time with the resources they were providing him, and at that point just decided to cut their losses. It was surprising just because they had that opportunity to do so, but at the end of the day, you can only help the players so much if they're not going to help themselves. And of course, this is all speculation on my part. But again, if Todd Bowles said we have a plan in place for him, we're going to talk about that. That made it seem like there was a long-term plan in place for him, and to have that 360 kind of turnaround from last week when we talked to him to having him being cut outright. Was a little bit of a surprise for sure.
All right, we're on with JC Allen of Sports Illustrated. It's the Sports Web. I'm your host, Peter Blake, your Rolex reporter, giving you something to think about along with my co-host, Mr. Harry, the Greek professional handicapper extraordinaire. I think the other surprise of the day was Nick Jackson, who really showed out, led this team in tackles in preseason. What does that mean? But now you have at the linebacking spot, Levante David, Deion Jones, John Bullock from Nebraska was undrafted, and Savasier Dennis. The other surprise was Anthony Walker Jr., who was recommended by Levante David because we talked to David a couple months ago at the Expo. He was talking glowingly about him, but just never able to get on the field. So talk about this linebacking situation, JC.
Yeah, I think that was probably the biggest shock of the day, maybe outside the Trask. But I think there was some inkling that could happen with Trask. With Anthony Walker, that was just a shocking cut. Like, I don't think anyone expected that. Again, he was on the NFI list, the non-football injury, whereas Watson was on the illness. And they could have had him stashed for 4 weeks as he continued to get healthy. The problem is he wouldn't have been able to practice during that time. But it is, with Adam Schefter put it out, he said that he's ready to go, which kind of contradicts what Bowles was saying. So that was shocking as well. I didn't expect that. I expected him to be on that NFI list and then get healthy and come back and be a contributor for this team. But Nick Jackson was kind of shocking too, because you're right. He did everything that you would expect someone to do in the preseason, led the team in tackles. But J.J. Russell did the same thing last year, and fans were up in arms about that. He ended up signing the practice squad, was elevated the first couple of weeks. I think we'll probably see something similar with him as well. Anthony Walker might be interesting just because they might re-sign him after week 1. I'm not sure if there's like a wink nod or if he's looking for a new home. As a veteran, he doesn't have to pass through waivers. So it'll be interesting to keep an eye on that. I don't think we have enough clarity on that situation because a lot of teams will do that. They'll re-sign those veterans after week 1. Sua Opeta might be one of those. They did it last year with Sterling Shepard, but they elevated him from the practice squad. But John Bullock, they still haven't released Antonio Greer either. So right now it appears John Bullock has been told he's going to make the roster, according to Greg Auman. I think Jenna Lane confirmed that afterwards as well. But Antonio Greer, do they keep 5 linebackers, or are they going to try to cut him too? The interesting part of all of this is, though the Bucs have made about 28 cuts or something like that, 23, somewhere around there, they have not processed any of them. The ones that reported yesterday, about 13 yesterday, whatever the difference is today, they didn't process any of those cuts per the NFL transaction. So likely they're going to process all the cuts necessary to be made tomorrow, which is just kind of interesting. Why wouldn't you just do everything in one go and have everything start to kind of trickle out, unless they're trying to drum up some trade interest for some of these players before they potentially release them.
All right, the other surprise here, and Harry, I know you want to jump in here, so feel free, but Bryce Hall, quarterback, veteran who got hurt last year, coming from the Jets, now released. A lot of people say, why would you do that? But I think they're so impressed, JC and Harry, with Jacob Parrish's development. They love Benjamin Morrison. They love their depth. A lot of people would say, why is Josh Hayes still on this team? But I guess for special teams, I mean, what do you make of the Bryce Hall release? Is that surprising to you?
As long as you didn't say Bryce Hall.
Yeah, not Bryce Hall, yes, because if Bryce Hall was released, I think the Bucs would jump all over him, even though they got Bucky Irving. Any team would jump all over him. But Bryce Hall, the cornerback for the Bucs. So how surprised were you, JC, of that?
Yeah, he was a feel-good story of the summer, coming back from that injury, and he really performed well throughout camp. He had a couple interceptions, good pass breakups, and was good in coverage. Got a little banged up and missed some time there towards the end of camp, and then obviously played extensive snaps in that preseason finale. Had a touchdown scored on him, but one of these, again, he's one of these guys who's a veteran, right? So he won't have to go through waivers, and maybe it's something where if he can't latch on to someone's 53, he comes back from the practice squad. Could be kind of a situation where they're trying to hold on to some extra guys, and you can have those conversations with veterans and not have to worry about them getting picked up through waivers, and it allows you to keep someone that maybe you think you might lose otherwise. So we'll see. I think he was a good player for the Buccaneers throughout the preseason, and looked really good at camp, and obviously is a veteran and has starts under his belt, so that experience certainly helps, especially when you look at where they were last year with Hayes and Funderburk. But Kendall Vildor played really well too, and really well on special teams, and he's a really physical corner, and they're trying to get a little more press and physicality at the line. So maybe, they just liked what he had to offer a little bit more. And we'll see about Josh Hayes, who supposedly is good at special teams, but really isn't that great. But the Bucs think he's good, so he probably made it. And Tyreek Funderburk, Roman Parody, one of those guys. 2 of those guys, and Bryce Hall may be back in the practice squad.
All right, good stuff, JC. A couple more, and then we'll get you out of here. We appreciate the time. As always, JC Allen of Sports Illustrated, killing it like always. With that being said, Rakim Jarrett, any surprise there, and what does that mean for that wide receiving room? Because I think that's really interesting at this point, especially Sterling Shepard. And from what I'm hearing, Shepard isn't safe after all, even though he's got the chemistry with Baker Mayfield, and he is a veteran. They really like some of those guys, like a Ryan Miller, of course, a Garrett Green possibly. What do you see with that wide receiving room?
Yeah, Rakim Jarrett just couldn't find success. He was banged up a little bit too, so it's something that was not a surprise. Same thing with Jacob Harris, and Dennis Houston was another one that they released. They still have a plethora of wide receivers. Probably about 2 or 3 of them are going to come from the next cuts. Probably about 3 of them actually will come from that group, and you're looking at Cam Johnson, Garrett Green, Trey Palmer as those, and Ryan Miller, I think, has done enough to earn a spot on this roster. But you mentioned Sterling Shepard. The thing with Shepard is last year they released him. He came in as like a veteran minimum, didn't have any guaranteed money or anything like that. So it was easy to just release him and then add him to the practice squad and bring him up. This year they've guaranteed $500,000 to him. So the whole cut him so his salary isn't guaranteed is kind of pointless. At this point, he's not making a lot of money as it is. So I would expect him to be on the roster. I think he enters, week 1 as wide receiver 3, and Then you have Tez Johnson, and then the next two who round that out, whether that's Ryan Miller and, Garrett Green or Trey Palmer, or actually that's going to be Chris Godwin, unless they keep 7. So, that's going to be a good group from there going to get cut, and we'll see if there's reports. Chad Forbes, I think, was saying that the Bucs are trying to trade Trey Palmer. Look at the Vikings as a potential team that could be interested, or we'll see if they can get anything for him, or if they like to have him back on the practice squad. And then I think you look at the practice squad as 3 wide receivers, probably Trey Palmer, Cam Johnson, and Garrett Green. Little redundant with Green and Cam Johnson, I would think, but they like both of those guys. And, I know they want to keep developing Green, and Cam Johnson offers some in the punt return. He, besides those 2 drops, he did have a 30-yard catch and run on Saturday as well. And, maybe you don't want to give up on Trey Palmer yet, but we'll see how that all plays out. I think that having a bigger body, if a guy like Jacob Harris, who was here, 6'5", 212, or, someone on the waiver wire that they don't claim but goes through and cut, just to give yourself a different body size on the scout team. They could look for something like that. But, the wide receiver position is going to be interesting to watch because they haven't made any of those cuts to those last 4 or 5 guys competing for the roster.
All right, we got some clarity here with the Trask situation. You're absolutely correct about this. That they can, they could bring him off, but putting him on injured reserve before 4:00 tomorrow guarantees his 2025 salary at $2.8 million. That's why they're going to work out an injury settlement for him, or a lot less.
Yeah, well, he's on the veteran salary benefit too, so the Bucs are only paying like 1.4 or 1.6 million of that. Right. The rest of it's paid by the league.
Right, exactly. All right, and then one more question, and then we'll get you out of here, JC. Really appreciate the time. Harry does too, because you're just a wealth of knowledge, as always, on the sports web. Josh Williams, Owen Wright, to some people's surprise, was very productive in the preseason, but they really have liked this kid Williams, not only on special teams from LSU. We know that Jason Light has a propensity, Leo word, of liking those LSU guys. So what do you say about Williams?
Yeah, I think he's made the roster. I think not just because of his value as a special teamer. We saw his returns, 108 yards, I think it was like 42-yard return or something like that. His pass protection, he had excellent reps in pass protection. He's shown the last 2 games, because he missed the first one, that he can, be a threat out of the receiving, backfield. 2 receptions on 3 targets for, 16 yards or something like that. So it wasn't crazy long at 13, and also as a runner. But what he also provides you is a cost-controlled option next year, who you like as a pass protecting back and on special teams, as Rashad White and Sean Tucker are both in the final years of their deal too. So, when you have Williams and Tucker back there returning kicks, it's a dangerous 1-2 punch. So that's a big reason why they like Josh Williams there too.
All right, good stuff, JC Allen. Go ahead and promote yourself here on the Evolution of Sports Talk Television, my friend.
I will answer David Moser's question real quick, because it's a quick one. He says, what position do you think the Bucs still need to go after in free agency? I expect them to be looking at the offensive line, specifically at tackle. I think they could use another tackle on here. Right now they have Ben Chakuma is projected to make the team. It's super raw, and they have Michael Jordan, who's really a career guard. He played guard on Saturday, much better at that position, but they've been trying to work him at right tackle. So any tackles that pop up, I think they'll really take a look at them, potentially with center too. They could take a strong look at its center if they feel like they need one. And then outside linebacker, I think, is a position they'll look at, and potentially safety too. Rashad Wisdom might be a sneaky pick to make this team as a 6th cornerback / 5th safety, as he's been playing nickel cornerback a little bit. And with Christian Izien banged up, who is the backup nickel cornerback and the backup safety, maybe they want to keep extra assurance. So I won't be surprised if Rashad Wisdom makes the initial 53-man roster. Maybe it doesn't last that long and goes to the practice squad once Izien's healthy, but I wouldn't be surprised if he makes it. But they could also look at safety as well.
All right, good stuff, JC Allen. Go ahead and promote yourself here on the sports web.
Yeah, you guys can find all my work over at Bucs Game Day on Sports Illustrated. just pumped out. We got a tracker up right now tracking all these cuts. So go check that out. A bunch of different articles coming your way. And then the Pirate Parlay podcast on the Sick Podcast Network, where we'll have Josh Grizzard coming on this week at some point. So that's going to be a good one. Our 100th episode.
Congratulations.
We'll see what happens. The last
That's
two offensive
amazing.
coordinators I've had have become head coaches. So hopefully I'm not the jinx. We'll know after the season. And
Congratulations.
Then I'll be
Well, you would be banned. You would never be banned off this show. I'm really proud of you, buddy. It was great to see you on Saturday night in the press box.
Absolutely.
You look svelte, by the way. Svelte.
Thank you.
Lost a lot of weight there. You look good, my friend. 100 episodes. Congratulations on that. Yes.
We can't tell. He's always in an avatar.
Well, that's okay. We'll get his face on here. He's a busy dad. He's doing great things there with Cannon and all the whole family. Tell him we all love him there. Great stuff, JC, man. And we'll see you soon here on the Evolution. All right?
Take care, JC.
All right. Good stuff, man, right there from JC Allen. So I know you're raring at the bit here to talk about not only these cuts, and I know we want to talk to the webheads.
And again, I'll give you a surprising cut.
I'm sorry?
I'm going to give you a cut that I think that's going to possibly happen.
And that would be?
That's going to be very surprising. And I'd love for you to just ask me why. Sterling Shepard.
Why? Why Sterling? Because I'll say this. I've been a proponent of you keep a guy like that around because he's been able to do it in the league. He showed something last year when you lost those wide receivers. Furthermore, you do have some chemistry with Baker Mayfield. But what I'm
really glad you brought that up, Peter.
What I've heard is he's not
listen, man.
Yes.
He's got like 50 targets with 30 receptions.
Right.
Really? That means you're not catching almost 50% of the passes that are coming to you. You see, everybody remembers some of the clutch passes that he made, but people don't really remember that he was dropping a lot of those passes that were just right in his breadbasket, just not catching them.
Right.
Okay. That's why I don't like PFF grades. Okay.
I know
if
you don't.
Chris Godwin was not hurt, I'd say Sterling Shepard was an absolute cinch to make this team. But with the depth that this team has at wide receiver, I'd be hard pressed to see this guy stay in there. Forget about the chemistry thing. It's about production. And that man was not productive last year. You don't believe me? Just look up the stats. But that's going to be my long shot cut, and I don't blame the Bucs for getting rid of him if they do.
I mean, again, you could definitely see it because they like the young talent that they have on this team. They like Ryan Miller because, like you said, when you throw him the ball, he's catching it. He's a dependable target. He was dependable last year. He's proven himself. They like this kid Garrett Green. They may put him on the practice squad, but he's a developmental prospect, right? He's got something, though. He's got juice. And as I told you, Tez Johnson is going to be in the plans of this team.
Who's got juice? Who's got juice?
Garrett Green. Garrett Green's got some juice as a former quarterback.
That's true, but let's just go back to the Sterling Shepard thing because I could see people going, that's because of this. Look, man, there's no excuses. He was out of all these other teams because of this same very exact reason. I don't care if he plays for the team another 10 years. I don't care about the chemistry. He has very bad habits. He doesn't run good routes.
Okay.
Just watch the tape.
Okay.
And when he is wide open, it's by luck half the time. He's not that good of a wide receiver. The Bucs have depth on this team at wide receiver that's younger, faster, better route runners, and more disciplined. You throw the ball 50 times and you catch it 30, that's a problem.
Well, it's definitely a problem, and that's the reason why the Bucs went into the draft and upgraded that with, going and getting Abuka in the first round there because
Abuka.
A Mecca.
That's it. A Mecca Abuka.
It's like a Mecca Okafor, a Mecca Abuka. It took me a while to get it, but I got it. It's like Josh Grizzard as the media icon out there. Mr. TJ Reeves corrected me on that. So we'll get these pronunciations correct before the season starts, as we are 13 days. I said it, Bucs fans, 13 days away from the start of the NFL season for your Tampa Bay Buccaneers versus the Atlanta Falcons.
So Peter, give me your surprise, not the people that have already been cut. Who do you think still has the potential to be cut on this team that would just be like, wow?
I really think they like Josh Williams. So I would be shocked if he's not on this team. A lot of people said maybe he's cut. I don't think he's cut. I think they really like this kid Williams and what he brings to special teams. At this point, I think they've gotten down to. I was surprised by the Nick Jackson move because he did perform well, but they like this kid Bullock from Nebraska, undrafted, another undrafted player that Jason Light picks up. And again, Jason Light loves those Nebraska players and he loves those LSU players. You look at the tendencies of it, and it also starts from with guys with great character. Even though he's an undrafted free agent, he's from a great program like Nebraska, and he's from a great program like LSU. They have strong character, not only athletically gifted, they can do a lot of things in the offense or the defense, but they also have strong character. It means a lot. And that's, what I get out of it. All right. I want to go out to all of our web heads here, the texting line on Facebook, YouTube, Twitter. Of course, Facebook stars are open if you love the content. And of course, YouTube super chats and the phone lines are open if you want to get on them and talk about what has transpired today with your Tampa Bay Buccaneers. 727-255-0391. It's 727-255-0391. By the way, you like the new shirts? Is the shirt
Yeah,
cool?
I was kind of like
right?
Rolex reporter,
right there, buddy.
That's pretty cool.
And I gotta, yes, thank you very much. Right there, Travis Mazzoli, I believe I'm pronouncing his name correctly. We'll get him on the Evolution of Sports Talk Television before
extra large for the Greek.
Extra large. Okay, we got to get you a shirt too, because I got a T-shirt coming out tomorrow. I'm going to reveal it to the web heads.
Extra large polo.
Extra large polo. Okay, for you. So extra large polo.
Yes.
And you want the white? You want all the colors that I got? Because I got white, black, pewter.
Sure. Listen,
and
sports web. The sports web is red and white. That obviously I'd have to do that.
Well, you can do any color you want to.
No, buddy, I'm part of the sports web. That's fine. Well, I'm not on a Bears platform. I'm not on a Philadelphia, Eagles platform. Red and white would be fine.
Thank God for that. All right, let's go out to Instagram Live. Ruth the Truth, JC, thank you very much for tuning in. Good to see you. And Sports Talk Florida back right there. We'll have to get
What's up, Ruth? How are you?
Let's go out to Eric. Says, let's go.
Wait up, little boy. Stop. Wait up.
Let's go.
How about them Bucs, baby?
Let's go.
Oh.
I got to do it, man. I got to get all the flows out of the way. This is why the web heads love. By the way, if you didn't know this, if you're tuning in on Facebook, I appreciate you. All the other social media platforms, 258,000 viewers, and the 30 days of this month is not even up yet. So thank you. 258,000 and growing by the day. Tim, one of the great web heads.
Shirt.
It probably is the shirt. It probably is the content that we provide on Monday, Wednesday nights, and of course before and after.
Is it the shoes?
I don't know.
If it's the shoes. You remember the commercial?
Yes, I do remember.
If you know, you know.
You know. Good evening, Peter, says Tim, one of the great web heads here.
Oh, yeah.
Let's go out to KRS1 right there. Evening, Peter. Wow, the Bucs said we were going all the way in with Baker, now Teddy, and our quarterbacks moving forward. Looking forward to the season. I feel more confident, and I said this in the beginning when they signed Bridgewater. He was the backup quarterback. I had no doubt about it. And the way he played against Pittsburgh, and I get it, there were, a lollipop ball there to Jalen McMillan. He got hurt on that. But just knowing the offense, being decisive, a guy that was there less than 2 weeks coming in there and looking better than Kyle Trask, in my opinion, I thought he was going to be the backup quarterback. What is your emphasis or what is your thought process, Harry the Greek, on Teddy Bridgewater being the backup quarterback? Or do you think they explore other options by going after a veteran? Because you mentioned somebody that could be available for the Chicago Bears, right?
As I look around me, hang on.
You're in the kitchen right now. You're cooking, right?
But I was looking to see if there was anybody else on the roster. He is the backup quarterback for right now. Okay. But trust me, I think the Buccaneers are going to kick the tires on a lot of players, as all the teams in the National Football League do. There is no reason why they're not going to go out there and take a look to see if they can improve their quarterback position, especially on the depth charts.
All right. They did cut Connor Bazelak I believe I'm pronouncing his name correctly with my names here. Finally, Trask is trashed as Michael Bryant, Gerald Buck Strahan. Get those jerseys hung up. Listen, I always go back to this. Everybody's like, why don't your jerseys hung up? I live with roommates, and unfortunately, I'm not able to hang them up on the walls because it's a strict policy. So, guys, I got to work with what I got at this point. I got to do it. I'm sorry. I got to make it happen. Lavonte David is on a stand here. We got Mike Allstott right there. Can't hang him on the walls because if I do, I don't want to deal with the roommates. I'm trying to, get in where I fit in and not upset anybody because I upset people at work. They yell at me. I upset people all the time. I'm just trying to have a little bit of peace and quiet until we do the show, and then we all get rowdy here. And speaking of rowdy friends, let's go out to Mr. Al Bushman of the Rays Rewind podcast, but we're going to shift gears tonight. I don't think we're going to talk Rays. I think we're going to keep this football related. We can talk some Rays if you want to. We'll get back to the comments in a moment. But Al Bushman, welcome to the sports here on a Monday night with all kinds of moves by your Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Just doing a great football show. Go ahead and promote that really quick and tell me what you think. Kyle Trask, no longer a Tampa Bay Buccaneer. How about that?
I wore the wrong hat.
What's up,
I should have known. I wore the wrong hat. I wanted to raise hat tonight instead of a Bucs hat.
Listen, you're like one of the offensive linemen of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. You're versatile, my friend. You can talk both of these. So, yeah.
That's very true.
Absolutely.
True.
That's why we have
you
you
on. Bush?
What's going on, fellas? Happy Monday night. Lots of moves. The whole league we just saw. I think Kenny Pickett just got traded to the Raiders just about 5-10 minutes ago. So lots of stuff going on right now. I was kind of surprised that Kyle Trask got waived. I think actually no, I'm not surprised because I think after how many years he's been with the Bucs, and I think we talked about this last week. It's I wouldn't be surprised if he wasn't a Buck anymore. And, they think highly of Teddy Bridgewater. And I think maybe a change for Kyle Trask to go and maybe flourish in a better spot would be good for him just to kind of so that way he can earn a shot or get a shot with another team. So, I think the other moves that the Bucs made, that they're trimming the fat to get down to the 40 man, and rightfully so. I think, Shiloh Sanders knocked himself out of a roster spot this past weekend, but I'm sure he might get a shot at the practice squad too. But the kid's got a lot of learning to do as well. But the Bucs are trimming the fat and getting down to that, opening day start, which is coming sooner than later, man.
Yeah, 13 days away. Harry, you want to say something?
Really nothing on that. You just keep going. I'll tell you what. I don't agree with one thing. I don't think Shiloh's going to make the practice squad. I think he's going to have to go to a different team. When he lost his cool, I honestly think that just solidified everything for that young man. He didn't play good disciplined defense. Always looking for the hip rather than wrapping up players. And a lot of those things can be taught. But you know what you can't teach somebody is how to keep your composure. And that is one thing that Todd Bowles is never, ever, ever going to tolerate. He doesn't tolerate it from Pro Bowl players because I've seen him grab some pine. He's not going to tolerate it from an undrafted free agent who's been cut. My opinion, though.
I can agree on that. Yeah, I can agree on that. You don't really want to have a player that's going to rock the boat or necessarily bring in that immaturity mentality, especially to the defensive, guys that they have in there already, and kind of rock up the locker room and whatnot. And look, Shiloh Sanders. Oh, the Rays are up 7-0 on the Guardians. Nice.
Well, there you go. 7-0 over the Guardians.
Thanks, Dave. Thanks, Dave. I haven't even looked yet.
Yes. Well, there you go. Hold that thought.
They're baby. They're back.
Shiloh, hold on. Let's pump the brakes there. Come on. Let's pump the brakes.
They're back,
all right. Let's go out to Eric here. Eric, welcome to the Evolution here with yours truly, along with Mr. Harry the Greek, and of course, Mr. Al Bushman of the Rays Rewind podcast. If I can talk. Yes, go ahead.
Actually, Dave is wrong. Actually, it's 5-0. Dave, it's 5-0.
You know what's so crazy though? The 2021 draft class, everyone's gone on the 2021 draft class. Everyone's gone. Wow, what a bust of the 2021 draft class.
Well, listen, you can sit here and say about 2021, but listen, how about last year's draft class? How about this year's draft class? How about all the players that Jason Light? I love this because people pick and choose the year, and then they don't mention Vita Vea. You don't mention Mike Evans. You don't mention Chris Godwin.
You know, there's no more players from 2010. Oh my God!
Hey, there's no more players from 2009 either. So
really, why?
I mean, it happens. Would you? Let me ask you this.
There's only one from 2014. We're in trouble.
Let me ask Eric this: would you rather them keep those players around and them not be productive, or what Jason Light has done when he makes a mistake to get rid of that mistake instead of keeping them over and over? Because I think you could sit here and say, no. Answer my question now. No. You wanted to go with some fighting words here about, well, there's nobody here in the 2021 draft. Would you rather this general manager keep the players and the mistakes around, or would you rather them get rid of them like Jason Light has done?
We get rid of the players.
Okay, so then what's your point then when coming on the show here and saying 2021 there's no players from that draft?
I'm just reading the Twitter. That's all I'm reading.
Just reading the Twitter. That's it. You're just reading along.
Good. I'm glad you did.
I read the Twitter when I'm on the shitter.
All right, there you go. Exactly. We all do. I'm not trying to hate you on this, Eric, but I don't understand like where you were coming from with that. Like
you're just reading the Twitter.
Okay, you're just reading the Twitter. Well, what was the point of the call? What's the point of the call here, Eric?
They said that was the worst draft in Jason Light history. That's what they were saying.
Okay, worst draft, and followed by some great drafts with Bucky Irving and Jalen McMillan and all that. So let's not forget that too.
You know what? You knew who did that draft? A horrible general manager in Jason Light.
He's terrible. We should get rid of him.
Horrible. Get rid of the guy now.
Get rid of the guy. He sucks.
I don't know why they do that though.
I mean, it happens. Eric, it happens. General managers make mistakes. Even the best general managers make mistakes. How about
no?
Listen. Let's go back.
Even the best fantasy football managers make the worst mistakes too.
How about this one? How about this one for size? Let's go and try this one on for size. How about the Pittsburgh Steelers in 1983? They decide to go with the defensive tackle because they want him to replace Mean Joe Green and pass up on Dan Marino. Is that the worst general manager of all time? Because if you say he is, you're a moron.
And Peter, I know for certain there are no more players in the NFL from 1983.
No more players. But is that the worst general manager? I mean, there are plenty of teams.
I mean, the general manager that pulled off the Herschel Walker trade for Minnesota. I mean, that's got to be the worst.
Eric, I mean, you've got to put everything in perspective here.
And look at what Mike Ditka did. I mean, when he went to New Orleans, what a horrible trade that was.
Horrible trade.
What the fans say is they will go back to 2016 and 2017 and say Jason Light had some terrible drafts. And Jason Light will agree with you and say, you know what? Those players at the time didn't work. That's why he came out with those comments just a couple of weeks ago and says, if I know what I know now, those players wouldn't have been on the draft board. And Vernon Hargreaves and Devin White, players like that. General managers make mistakes. We always call this the evolution of sports talk television. It's the evolution of being a general manager in the National Football League.
The draft. Can we talk about Stills in this year's draft?
I mean, what that's what we're going to talk about here. We're talking about
Stills. A lot of parents make mistakes too.
Shut up, Gary.
You need a license to have a kid.
Stop right there. That part is true too.
Okay. All right.
I think if you look at the body of work for Jason Light as a GM for the Bucs, you know, there's so many positives and so many good things that he's done as a general manager that outweighs like the minor mistakes he's made throughout the years. I mean, look, I'm surprised you didn't bring up Roberto Aguayo. I mean, that's probably one of his biggest mistakes in draft history for the Bucs.
Fire the guy. He's horrible.
They didn't want to talk about that. They didn't want to talk about that one. They only want to talk about the 20.
I'll talk about it all the time. It was probably one of the worst draft picks in draft history. I think Jason Light knows that too. I mean, especially when they're on Hard Knocks. I mean, when they're on Hard Knocks, he had to cut the guy.
Right.
Talk about that too.
Well, that's what we talk about. But you came on the show and said, "Oh my God, the 2021 draft. There's nobody left from that draft." And I'm like, "Okay."
Let's talk about his cell phone plan because I can barely hear your caller.
Yeah, the callers. I don't know what's going on here.
What?
Go ahead.
Can you hear me now?
Good. I can't hear anything.
Speak into your phone there, Eric, please.
Please don't.
I hear you nice and fine.
Okay. All right, Eric. What else?
Man.
Yeah. Well, there you go.
These cuts?
I want to be where he's at, man. I was about to go spark up like before I came on the show.
Hold on.
My friend. Appreciate you. All right.
Would you like to come over my house? Come on over, Evan.
Okay. All right. So, Eric,
this is for you, Evan.
Am I surprised with it? Jesus. Okay. All right. Thank you. Yeah. Please don't do that. All right.
No, it's coffee creamer.
That's what it is.
It's oregano. Shaking oregano.
I need some oregano at this point after that call. Sorry, Eric.
I love coming on here, P, because your callers, man, I love them.
I love them too. But I don't understand it.
Really fitting.
2021 draft.
Peter, you need to get an intern to vet some of your calls.
Nah, I like the calls. I like them. I like our guys. I like Eric. He's all right. He kind of pisses me off sometimes, but he's all right. All right. Great. So let me
falling apart.
Well, he's
Camanero's had 2 home runs tonight. He just homered again. Dude.
Wow. How many? Okay, what is that?
Let's switch the gears of the Rays real quick.
Yes.
Got it. Please.
Sure.
Yeah, I think that's what 30.
You sure you don't want to talk about the 2021 draft class?
I don't even remember who was in that class to begin with. That was what, 4 years ago? I don't even remember who was in that class.
Well, that was after they won the Super Bowl, by the way.
Wasn't that like 2 years after the shots came out?
Well, it was JTS in that draft for the Bucs, so that's what he's talking about. Also, I'm going to go to it right now and look. Let's see.
That's 39 for Caminero. Wow, he's one.
There you go. So you got
go one more. He'll have 4.
All right. So here's what you got. You've got
that's a lot of homers.
Joe Tryon-Shoyinka, Kyle Trask, all gone. Robert Hansey, Jalen Darden, KJ Britt, CJ Wilcox, and Grant Stewart there, the Houston linebacker. Yes, all those guys are gone. But even with that being said, this general manager is that great because of what he's been able to accomplish the last couple of years, getting players. Again, people make a big deal about this and think, general managers are not supposed to make mistakes. They make mistakes. They do. They all make mistakes. And Jason Light is admitted to making those mistakes. So, all right. Junior Caminero hit 2 home runs. What is he at? 39 now?
39 right now. I will say he hits number 40 tonight. He'll do 3 homers tonight. He'll hit number 40 tonight.
Wow. That's crazy.
Yeah.
All right.
Let's get happening.
Well, I think
the comment of the year. I gotta bring it up.
Let me see it.
Harry the Greek guy. Is that the comment of the year? Or was Mark Dominic was the worst to me?
Well, this is actually pretty good. But someone sent it looks like someone sent 99 stars, and I believe it was Gerald Warbuck Strahan.
All right, man. Appreciate that. We always appreciate that. Again, Facebook stars are open, YouTube super chats. If you love the
now, Peter can get a pair of socks.
Well, right. So, like I'm not wearing socks in the first place, you idiot.
That's good enough to suck right there.
Tell the truth, Peter. Boxer. I always ask Peter, boxers or briefs? And his typical answer, depends.
It depends. Yeah, exactly. Especially for an older person like yourself, you do understand that. Oh, wait. Shoot.
We're neither, baby.
So where are we going here? All right. So we'll talk about the Rays. Get back to the Bucs in a moment as I'm being sidetracked here. But still some glimmer of hope, if you will, for the Tampa Bay Rays, Al Bushman?
No, I wouldn't go that far just yet. I mean, it's nice to see them play. What?
Is it over? It's over.
I know that. I mean, it's nice to see them play well. I mean, they won the series against the Cardinals. I mean, being 6-0 on the lowly Cleveland Guardians, who just did a reset too, as well, is good. I mean, look, I think all they need is a win streak to maybe get some confidence going and maybe end the year strong. I'm not saying they're going to make the playoffs, but the end of the year strong would be nice to see them do that instead of, being under 500. If they at least get over 500 by the end of the year, I'll be happy with that. But I mean, it's got to take a lot. I mean, they're 6.5 games out of the third wild card spot. I mean, you've got a lot ahead of you. The last stretch of the season isn't the greatest either. You're playing, divisional teams. You're playing teams that are probably going to the playoffs too. So, I mean, it wouldn't hurt to have another game 162 moment if it comes down to it. But like I said, the baseball
that would be something if they did.
It would. And look,
the city would go crazy.
And look, and look too. I mean, baseball is a weird sport where the teams can get hot at the most last minute time frame and and could make it. I mean, if they make a run, I'll tell you what, on this show right now, if they make the playoffs, if they somehow make the playoffs, I will eat the hottest wings in Tampa Bay if they make the playoffs.
Wow. All right. I'm going to hold you to that. I'm going to go out to the phone lines here. I kind of blocked this guy, but I'm going to take his phone call because I'm kind of feeling, I'm feeling like, well, we'll see here. Mr. Nicholas Kosamides. He's also
Nico, ti cagni de malaca.
He's the smartest boy in the world, Nicholas.
All right, go ahead.
What's up, Greek?
So, you know what? I was gonna call, but I'm done with you. Bye.
Why?
Okay. All right. He's done with me. So there you go. See, I should have trusted my intuition on that because I knew that was also going to be a bum call.
That's great enough to suck right there.
But you're just really bringing it tonight, guys. You really are bringing it.
You know why? It's Monday night. It's been raining all day. People are just kind of.
I'm going to give the people that have terrible calls out there terrible comments because no comment is terrible, but sometimes they are. I'm going to give them the JP.
F you, and F you. Peace out. I'm going to go have a Guinness.
There you go.
Another score update. The Rays are up now 8-0. Carson Williams doubled to center, and Josh Lowe and Jake Mangum just scored. Carson Williams, too.
I really wanted to hear what Nick had to say.
Well, I don't know what he had to say at this point, but I gave him a chance. He didn't want to say anything. I guess he got his feelings hurt. So that's what happens when you troll me. I'm going to troll you back. Sorry. All right. So, yeah, you got Junior Caminero doing big things. Carson Williams, let's talk about him. I don't want to mention it. It was mentioned on Twitter, but the last shortstop that hit
a Evan Klosky tweeted that out a couple days ago, and I think we're all.
Who was that, by the way?
It was the shortstop, whoever tweeted it out. It was news reporter Evan Klosky from WSTP, channel 10, I think it is. Yeah, he tweeted that out the other day, and I think we all, even I myself, kind of were like, "Boo, boo this man," because that's kind of like it's almost like a dagger in the heart when you mention something like that. And I don't think that. Yeah, I know he's funny in his own way. That's a tweet I didn't expect from him, but that's kind of the way it has to be. But I think with Carson Williams too, I think hopefully his taste in women is above the age of 18. So we'll see him for years to come instead of in a suspended jail sentence. But I think, look, I think what we're seeing here is, Drew and I talked about this on our latest episode of the Rays Rewind podcast, which you can find on YouTube at the Sick Podcast Rays Rewind, and on Instagram at Rays Rewind Pod, where, now is the time that they're bringing up the young guys to get their shot and kind of do that showcase where, the rookies are coming in and seeing what they can have for the future. And if this is the future of our infield, it's going to be a bright future for the Tampa Bay Rays because of just how we've had a need for the shortstop position for a while. And you know how the Rays do. They love to draft shortstops, and they keep drafting them every single year. And if this is the guy that's going to be that shortstop for the next, hopefully, 5 to 10 years or, until whatever moves that the ownership makes this way, new ownership hopefully won't trade him, but when his value is sky high, maybe they'll give him an extension. But
that's amazing thing how that goes. You keep your young talent around. If they get too expensive, you actually pay them what they're worth.
Right. But I know I did this the other day. I was like, man, think of this infield that you have. You have Caminero, you have Carson Williams, and then probably, they're probably going to pick up his option for Brandon Lau. He's probably going to be around a few more years. And then at first base, you're going to have, Bobby Batts, Bob Seymour, and then Jonathan Aranda. And then, maybe Yandy Diaz sticks around for another year or two before, it's time for him to maybe move on because he is getting up there in age. But the young core of players that are going to be up here now, they're already kind of making their names, known because what we've seen so far, as they've been coming up in the past few weeks and stuff like that. Carson Williams, especially him, and Bobby Batts too, Bob Seymour, they've really kind of are putting their names out there saying, hey, look, we're the future. this is what it's going to look like. And, if this was the spark that the Rays needed to possibly make a run at this for 2025, I mean, like you said a couple minutes ago, Peter, it could be just the most miraculous thing that could ever happen. And like I said, before, it's baseball gods could shine on the Rays one last time and, could possibly do it. But, like I said before, there takes a lot for that to happen. And if it happens, well, that's the game of baseball, man. But I think the debut of Carson Williams was pretty special. I mean, he went 2 for 3 and his last hit was a home run, which, it was pretty special. His parents were there too. His dad got choked up when being interviewed by Ryan Bass. And I think that was pretty special for, a guy coming up, just making an immediate impact for the team. So.
Absolutely. We saw the same thing with the backup quarterback for Harry's Chicago Bears there. You could see that it means a lot to some of these kids. They don't take it for granted.
Right.
And I think, again, that's the kind of parents you want. That's the kind of character you want after the disaster of the Wander Franco situation. Sorry, I mentioned his name, but that's just how it is. I mean,
who should not be named.
It should not be named, but it's hurt this franchise the last couple of years. And anybody says anything different, out of your mind. He was going to be the face of this franchise. With that being said, going back to the Bucs, you watched the preseason game, I'm assuming, on Saturday night. Tez Johnson, what did you think of him and his electricity, especially with that backflip? Shades of Horace Copeland.
Yeah, that was quite impressive. I think he brings a lot of electric energy to that team. So if we see some more of him throughout the year, that'd be great. I think he injects a lot of young electricity into that team. That was pretty cool. That backflip. I was like, well, that's pretty impressive.
I'll tell you what, when he did that backflip, as he's doing it, I'm going, please Jesus, do not blow an ACL.
Right. Yeah. I'm sure Todd Bowles did the old major league thing was probably don't ever do that again. Don't ever do that again.
This is probably what he said or what everybody wanted him to say.
It's exciting!
And then probably this is what he was thinking.
That's great enough to suck right there!
Because you're exactly right. God. If he does, I'm sorry, I got to play that Tom Brady. I love that Tom Brady clip.
Oh, my God. You promised me you would never play that again.
That's not true. I said the let's go, Tom Brady. I did not say.
Tom Brady's not part of this team. Can we just.
Doesn't matter.
He'll always be a part of this team here.
Yes.
Don't you know that? He won us a Super Bowl, for God's sake.
That's right.
God,
in the short time, look at all the passing records he has for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. And one of these days, he's going to be in the Ring of Honor. Sorry to burst.
There needs to be a statue in front of Ray J of Tom Brady holding Jameis Winston hand in hand.
Hold on.
I'm going to tell you why.
I don't hate Tom Brady. Please, you got this narrative, and this is why I receive hate mail. Because of stupid crap that you say like that.
No,
I didn't say he doesn't belong in there. And don't say sorry. Don't say sorry because, sorry, but he's going to be there. Okay, let him be in the Ring of Honor. I just don't want to hear, it's about to suck right there. Oh, God.
I love that. I love when he's, I love that sound effect. I get some more sound effects here on the Sports Web. We're on with L. Bushman of the Rays Rewind podcast. You also have a football show you like to promote. Talk about that a little bit, my friend.
Yeah, new episode live 8:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time between the uprights. We've got the number one fantasy football ranker on this week, Tyler Orginski from Fantasy Pros. He'll be on to talk about some fantasy football do's and don'ts. So yeah, if you guys want to tune on in.
All right, fantasy football was with a guy. I think he's got a lot of fantasy value. About an hour and a half ago, Mr. Bucky Irving. Is that your guy that you're taking from the Bucs? We always say Mike Evans, Baker Mayfield, but Bucky Irving. Is it Ibuka at this point? I think Ibuka can make the same impact that Mike Evans did as a rookie. What do you say, Al Bushman?
Yeah, I'm definitely high on Ibuka. I mean, I think he's one of the guys that you're going to probably take maybe late round picks if you're looking for that wide receiver help, especially in the bench part. Now, since, Ibuka is going to get a lot of looks. I mean, with Godwin out and McMillan out and, Mike Evans is definitely the number one, but with him and the definite, feedback we've all gotten from camp and preseason too, like this kid's unbelievable. So if you're looking to get some wide receiver depth, definitely. I mean, he's been going a lot in the drafts I've been in. I've been seeing him go like late rounds, but like it's definitely like a steal. I mean, he's definitely going to be like a producer like starting week 1. And now I've taken Bucky Irvin. He's an RB1 in a best ball league. And of course I've taken Mike Evans as my wide receiver 1 in another league too. So yeah, those are like the Bucs have a top 5 offense. And those are the guys that you want to pick up, in fantasy, especially Baker too. Baker is, poised to have another great season. So, you could probably pick up Baker, as your quarterback in the mid to late rounds, because if you're a smart fantasy football player, you want to stack up in position players before you take a quarterback, early, unless you want to take Josh Allen or Lamar. But Baker's definitely in that. I know Baker doesn't get a lot of credit he's due. I think Baker is a top 5 fantasy quarterback going into this year. So yeah, I'd love to take Baker in fantasy. He's going to produce a lot.
Yeah, 41 touchdowns, 16 interceptions. He has to live to fight another day to curtail those turnovers, if you will, and also stop the injury, because the injury has been talked about a lot in the show. I say when you say it, knock on wood. With that being said, who's your third wide receiver? Is it Tez Johnson or is it Sterling Shepard? And this is another reason why I would be surprised if you do cut a Sterling Shepard, because he could slot into that slot receiver role, which, Johnson hasn't been able to do in the NFL. Risky. That's 2 rookies at this point.
Well, also too, Sterling also has a history with Baker, and those two have a rapport together too as well. And then we saw a little bit. I think it was last year when Godwin was out again, where they're kind of looking for that. Oh, excuse me, I'm about to sneeze. When they were looking for that guy to kind of replace Godwin last year, and they had kind of like a. Yeah, thank you. And they had like a revolving door of wide receivers until McMillan really kind of took the reins and said, "Hey, I'm here to be that kind of pseudo number 2." But Sterling Shepard is going to be there. I mean, my camera just went out of focus for just a hot minute. Oh, let me
AI took over that.
There we go. Sterling is one of those guys that he's not going to get a lot of looks, but he's always there to somehow pop up and get a touchdown here and there when the Bucs need it. So, I think Sterling Shepard's number 4 on the depth chart, maybe 5th right now, or maybe he's been bumped up a little bit, but with him and Baker having a pass rapport together, it helps. But I definitely see that, Mbuka is going to be the number 2 until Godwin comes back. And then, I think Trey Palmer on there too, on the roster too, as well. I mean, I think he's above.
He's for me, he's inconsistent. I think he's on the bubble, and there's been talk of him getting traded. The Bucs are looking for value. I think it's going to be tough. He's got potential. We all know he's got potential. But
we've seen it too. We've seen him have potential too, but it's just when it comes to those like hot shot moments, it's almost like, oh, he drops the ball. It's just like, dude, you could have had like a touchdown. You know what I mean? So to be honest with you, I would say Cade Otton would be your wide receiver 3, even though he's your tight end. I mean, we saw that again when Godwin was out. They were looking for somebody to help out, and Otton and Baker really had a good rapport together too. So I think he's going to get a lot of looks, and the passing game too as well, because Cade Otton has really kind of emerged as that big tight end they've always been kind of wanting. So I would say if you had a wide receiver 3 in that mix, it's definitely going to be Cade Otton. So I would take a look at him.
All right. Good stuff, L. Bushman. Real quick, you said about drafting a quarterback. Josh Allen, Lamar Jackson, do you stay away from that when you're doing your fantasy drafts? Do you still go with 2 running backs, 2 wide receiver? What's the draft strategy here, Mr. Fantasy Football Guy? And we got to continue to do this throughout the season, because now I know how I'm going to use you with the football, with this fantasy football. That I got it now. So how do you do your draft?
It kind of depends on the league scoring and kind of what your league is structured by. Now, I draft with a bunch of degenerate idiots that just kind of go maverick on the draft board. So when it comes to your quarterback, Josh Allen's your number 1 that's going off the board. Lamar's kind of like your number 2 that's going off the board. I grabbed Josh Allen in my past this 2 weekends ago. My first draft, I drafted Lamar in the 2nd round, but it was on the turn. And then for Josh Allen, I grabbed him on the turn on the 2nd round, but I had 11th pick. So I was like, you know what? I might as well just get Josh Allen now while I can, because he's probably going to get picked up on the turn on the way back on the 2nd round. So those are the 2 guys that are going to be flying off the board as 1 and 2 quarterbacks. So it kind of just depends on you. I mean, if you're not one of those people that says, hey, I want to get position players before I get my quarterback, because there's plenty of good quarterbacks out there. And also depends on the scoring too. If you're half PPR, if you're full PPR, if you're in a PPR league, you're definitely going to go position players first, especially your wide receivers, because they are the ones that are getting the most receptions. So, you don't have to get the Josh Allens of the worlds or the Lamar Jacksons of the worlds early. You can go and get a Jared Goff later in the rounds. You could go and get a Baker Mayfield later in the rounds. You can get those guys that are going to be consistent and are good quarterbacks while you're stacking up your position players throughout your draft.
All right. Good stuff. Mr. L. Bushman, go ahead and promote yourself here on the Evolution.
Yeah, make sure to check out the Rays Rewind podcast. If the Rays start to get on a win streak, we might have to start talking more Rays again. It's at the Sig Podcast Rays Rewind on YouTube. We should have a new episode this week, and then at the Instagram at Rays Rewind Pod, and then on Wednesday night between the uprights at 8:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time on YouTube and Instagram live.
The
Good
Bush.
stuff. Yes, L. Bushman, the versatility, the flexibility, as always, we appreciate here on the Sports Web, my friend, on a Monday night. All right.
See you guys. I'm like the Ben Zobrist of podcasting.
That's what. Hey, listen, that's what you need. You need
I
a
know.
guy to do it all. We got you right.
I was
here.
doing a horror movie podcast with my sister for a while too, so I was talking movies too. So
I've done that. Real quick, Halloween as a video game. What took so long?
I don't know, but it looks pretty cool. And
It
it's
does.
a single player like campaign, so you can play. I don't know what the character you're playing as, but it looks pretty cool. So I saw the trailer; it looks pretty dope. So
Well, you got to play as Laurie Strode, don't you? By the way, she's not the sister.
well,
She's
if there's an option to play as Michael, do you get to play as Michael too?
well, I would think you do, right? So you
So,
would.
I'm
Well,
playing
what's
as
the-
Michael. I'm playing as Michael.
I don't know why it took so long, honestly, but John Carpenter behind that, which is great, the original director, and
Yeah.
we'll see if it's better than Friday the 13th. Jason, of course, they discontinued that, but that was fun. So thanks a lot for the time, my friend. All right.
See you guys. Have a good one.
All right.
Take
Good
it
stuff.
easy, Bush.
We talk video games. We talk fantasy football. We talk football. We talk Rays. Now it's
Talk
time to
sound
hear from you guys.
effects.
We talk sound effects. I know that you love those sound effects, so I'm going to continue to do it. How about this one? How's this one? Or how about this one?
This guy sucks.
Little Bob Barker. How about Billy Madison? You like this one?
Shut up!
This is the evolution of sports talk television, my friend. What is that? What's the sports
Then
web?
make that make it keep evolving.
We are evolving.
We
We're always
we need more sound effects.
You need more sound effects? Well,
Yes, sir.
you can always suggest what sound effects you want, and I'll go ahead and get right up on that. All right, so I'll get on that.
That's good enough to suck right
All right. So
How you been, Peter? Everything good?
everything's good, man. 13 days until football season starts, and
Can you believe it?
I cannot believe it, but I'm loving it because you're in the stadium the other night and the preseason game is over and you're packing up. And by the way, thanks a lot for everybody out there being patient. I don't know what happened with the camera shot. The light was in my face at the time and it wasn't. It's my camera playing games. So thanks a lot to TJ Reeves, the media icon, of course, Leo Haggerty, who we're expecting, but it's not here tonight, of Amped Up Sports, the legend himself, for helping me out with the camera shot. But you realize at the end of the night that preseason is finally over and we're getting ready to put this team together. And you look at the cuts today. I wasn't surprised by a lot of them, although Nick Jackson comes to mind. I think Bryce Hall, a lot of people not necessarily understanding that. I thought Watson was interesting because of Todd Bowles' comments. I'm curious to see if they're going to bring him back on the practice squad. But again, it comes down to commitment. What's your commitment to football? He's a big guy. He's the heaviest player in NFL history. But obviously, he was told in order to make this team that you have to lose a certain amount of weight. And he wasn't able to lose amount of weight. I hope I'm not putting you to sleep there. Yes.
No, you're not, Peter. It's just been a long day. And no disrespect. That's why I tried to cover my
No.
mouth.
How was work for you, man? I never asked how you're doing. How was everything with you?
Very difficult. Very difficult. Looking for mechanics at both the shops.
Yeah.
But
you want to switch?
No,
You
Peter.
want to do my job and I'll do your job?
Nothing personal. I can't afford that kind of a pay cut.
Could you do it? Could you talk to people?
just being honest. No. Inside sources have told me, even when they got him as an undrafted free agent, that they had a target for him. They wanted him below 400 pounds, and he didn't even come close to that, Pete. I think he
No.
lost like 25 or 30 pounds.
Right.
And then you see in the writing on the wall, they're like, hey, man, we don't even want you practicing anymore because
Right.
it's so hot out. I mean, can you imagine if the young man had a heart attack and died? I mean, it's just.
Oh, yeah. I mean, it's a Corey Stringer situation. Remember him, the former offensive tackle for the Minnesota Vikings. And I think that's what it comes down to. A lot of people saying it's unfair. But again, I've heard it's 380, 360. So if he didn't get there and then you're putting, this
they
young
would have
man's
been happy. They would have been happy on this side of the 400, and then they could have continued to work with him and then brought him down. I mean, because let's be honest, a man of that size, as quick as he was, I mean, the guy was not a slouch off the ball. 450 pounds, his first 2 steps, buddy, you're going to knock some offensive linemen around, okay?
Sure.
And you're not going to move the guy.
Right.
That would have been a dream scenario to put him right next to Vita Vea. Because I mean, honestly, that would have been like a Tank Johnson. Who was the other one? Tank Johnson.
You always say this. It's not Tank Johnson. It was a Tommy Harris.
No, buddy, is even before him.
You're thinking of Washington.
Ted Washington and Keith Traylor.
Keith Traylor. Yes.
Okay. And the comment and that was very big. That was 700 pounds of beef sitting in the middle. This would have been more.
Yeah.
I mean, but you're just too big, man. You're just too big.
Yeah, I agree. It goes back to Gilbert Brown. He was a big hoss in that middle. Vita Vea, when he came into the league, he was big, but he lost some weight because you want to become more athletic. And again, you have, that sun, you have that heat and humidity, which is play to your advantage, which if you're a big guy doesn't necessarily play to your advantage, if you will. Let's go back out to these comments, open phone lines. I love the callers tonight. I know Eric was getting up in arms about the 2021 draft class. I get that. Kosamides, it's cool, man. It's good. We're good. If you want to call back, I'm not going to block you. I mean, I know you trolled me, but it's all good. I don't like to block people. But
I do want to comment on something you were talking about with Sterling Shepard.
Yes.
Because you had asked him, Tez Johnson or him. I'd rather see Tez Johnson there because of the fact that you don't know what you have. You know what you got with Sterling Shepard.
That's what I'm saying. See, now you see my dark. Now you come over to my side. You see?
No. I didn't come to your side with that. What I've seen from Ted Johnson in the preseason has warranted enough that this guy deserves a roster spot. And he deserves to come up in there.
But is he number 3? Is he number 3? Are you going to put now? Think about this. Now think about this. You got Mike Evans, who's the veteran. We know that, right? You got Ibuka, who's going to be on the outside as your slot. You're going to put another rookie there, or are you going to put a veteran?
Okay. You could put a rookie in there because when you have a Baker Mayfield up in the line of scrimmage, okay, and you have a veteran wide receiver, especially with a Mike Evans leaning over and looking, he could designate if he doesn't see him in the right spot. Trust me, these players talk to each other all the time. Look, I'm not trying to hate on Sterling Shepard. Okay?
I get it.
I just see a habit that he has. Just think about this. 50 pass attempts, 30 catches. You don't get to keep your job doing that.
Right.
Peter, you just don't.
Right.
That would be equivalent to 100 phone calls for you and 2 leads.
Well, that was actually what happened the other day, which is why I was almost sent home. So,
but now do that. Now do that consistently for the year. How long would that happen?
It'd be fired. It'd be absolutely. It would be Tom Brady.
That's good enough to suck right there.
I'd love to see Tez Johnson at number 3. I really would. I would just love to see it. I think he runs better routes. I think he's got better hands, and I think he's going to be a little bit hungrier. I don't know what happened to Sterling Shepard. I thought when Sterling Shepard came out in the National Football League, when he was drafted, honest to God, Pete, I thought he was going to be not a good wide receiver. I thought he was going to be an elite wide receiver. He had that DNA, and I just don't know what happened. But I also said that about Curtis Conway and a whole bunch of other wide receivers I watched.
It's a tough transition. That's the reason why you have some busts there. When you talk about wide receivers, and as many people want to get rid of those wide receivers and think that a guy's going to come in right away. We've seen cases where that doesn't necessarily happen. Open phone line, 727-255-0391. It's 727-255-0391. 170 people watching. We appreciate it there.
Your Twitter is blowing up right now.
Yeah, on Twitter, on Facebook, and, of course, on YouTube, and we're on Instagram Live.
Your Twitter is blowing up, brother.
I love it. I love it, man. I mean, it's probably the Twitter that Eric read off of. That's probably where well, it's not from me, but probably somewhere else. He wanted to make that clear. He read it off Twitter. So
I'm sorry, X.
X. Yes, it's X. That's what it is. Okay. All right. So, yes. So let's go ahead and go out to the comments here. Browns trade Pickett. We reported that. Well, who is this? This is interesting. I don't know who this is, but we'll go ahead and go out to it. What's your name? Where are you calling from? You're on the Evolution.
Tony from North Carolina.
Tony, what's going on? You new caller? I don't think you've called.
Yeah, it's been a while.
Why has it been a while for? I mean, you're welcome here on the Sports Web. You know that, right? From North Carolina to California. All right, what's on your mind, Tony?
Well, yeah, I mean, this whole Trask thing, I mean, I've never really cared for him from the very beginning.
Okay.
And I've been really critical of him as a backup. And I just felt like I don't feel like he fits their offense. I think he was Arians' pick, and I don't know. I really wonder about like if it was Light's pick or Arians' pick, or it was sort of more Arians, because he seems like an Arians like prototypical QB.
Tony, it's a great point, and I'll tell you why. Because before Brady came back out of retirement, BA said that he would have came back and coached up Kyle Trask. So you know, the no risk it, no biscuit offense, maybe he does fit, and that's where BA wanted to develop him, but it didn't necessarily work out because, of course, Brady came back, and that was my whole thing. Like if he is your future quarterback.
Right.
And I go back to Kansas City, and maybe it's a terrible comparison, but I think it's a good comparison. You had Alex Smith, who's playing well, but your future quarterback was Patrick Mahomes. You had the opportunity to move on from Tom Brady and go with your future quarterback and Kyle Trask, and you didn't do it. And you had every opportunity to beat out the backup and didn't do that. And maybe that's unfair, but to me, he had the opportunity to beat out the backup, didn't, had the opportunity to beat out Baker Mayfield, could not do it. So that told me everything I needed to know. Although he knew the system, he was with the Bucs organization, he worked hard, but he just wasn't the guy. I mean, Harry, let's go back to it. Your favorite coach there, BA. Do you think this is more a BA pick than a Jason Light pick? Is that a fair assessment?
Definitely going to be a fair assessment. I never even looked at it that way, and that was a really great, really great comment that you made. So I have a question for the caller. Is it suffice to say that you're happy that Trask is gone? It's a two-part question.
I hate to say that I'm happy, but I'm kind of like, I'm sort of relieved in a sense, because I feel like they were holding on to something that wasn't ever going to work, and it's just taking up a roster spot to me. That's how I kind of look at it. And I know a lot of folks there's a lot of like delusional, like it's weird. There's like a whole bunch of these like delusional Trask fans, and I'm a Florida native. And I'm I'm a FSU fan, so I really am not.
Well,
I don't.
That answers it. But let me ask you this: if it would have been an FSU quarterback, do you understand?
No.
So you hold on, time out. In all fairness, do you think you'd be giving your quarterback a little bit more of a chance? And this is why I don't like drafting in my backyard. This is the exact reason why I don't like it.
I was ready for them to get rid of Jameis like before 2019. Like I knew by 3 years into it that this guy was not the answer. Like I just
okay, good. I'm glad I'm going to ask this question then, because you brought it up.
Yeah.
Teddy Bridgewater or Jameis Winston, number 2. If you had your pick right now, who would it be? Now, and hang on, I'm going to give you an opportunity to answer this. The guy that was even though the guy hasn't taken a snap in 2 years, he's out of football shape, literally bagging groceries in a grocery store. But
he's coaching kids.
Winston, I understand, but he's not playing the game. Okay, he's not game ready.
Right.
Peter, I've got $1 million question.
Sure.
Because to me, I would take on Jameis Winston every day of the week and twice on Sunday before Teddy Bridgewater because he's battle tested.
They're never bring him back, and I tell you
No,
why.
I understand that. I just asked a hypothetical.
I think the Bucs answered this question. I'm going to go full screen, Tony. Just hold on a minute. The whole emphasis or the whole situation was at the time, if they missed out on Tom Brady, they were going to go with Teddy Bridgewater. That's how much they liked him. They liked him in 2014. They liked him because he could manage a game. He could make throws. He wasn't going to lose your game. That's the reason why you're not going with Jameis Winston, because you've seen what he can do. Yes, he's a guy that can make all the throws. Yes, he can put up some yards.
A hypothetical, Pete, because were talking about delusional fans that are out there because they're Gator fans.
Right.
If this was Kyle Trask, who played for University of Utah or the University of Tennessee, there wouldn't be as much. People really wouldn't care as much.
Right.
But when you draft in your own backyard, this is what you get. Okay, and I know Jameis Winston's never coming back to Tampa. I wasn't even trying to put that out there. I was just asking for an example. So my question is this. Who are you going to have backing them up? Because I don't think the Buccaneers are done kicking the tires on quarterbacks. There's going to be a lot of quarterbacks coming out that are going to be cut that are a lot better than a Teddy Bridgewater on this roster. Would you entertain it?
You asking me or are you asking Tony?
I'm asking Tony.
All right, Tony, would you entertain this?
Yeah, I would. I would.
All right.
I mean, I would. I don't know if you watched the Pittsburgh preseason game, but I mean, he was pretty efficient. But, small sample size, obviously.
Sure.
I don't know who's out there. I don't know enough about that part of it. But, I feel like if Mayfield gets hurt, that's a problem. So, yeah.
If you're going to leave it to Bridgewater for more than one game, it's a big problem.
I'll answer this question whether I'm a Florida State fan or Florida fan. I feel more confident with Bridgewater because of the experience factor. I get it. He's had an injury history, but he's played in these games. I feel more confident if you need a win a game or win
I'm not comparing. I'm not saying I'd rather have Trask over Bridgewater.
Right. And I think that's where
you got to get out there and find another quarterback, because Teddy Bridgewater, if he had a lot left in the gas tank, would have been playing last year, Peter. That's the point I'm trying to make. People that have played football since they were children, and it's their dream to be able to play in the pinnacle of the National Football League, will generally play till the wheels fall off their body. Ask Tom Brady what I'm talking about. And Bridgewater's just had way, way, way too many injuries. Okay.
Well, but don't you think though? Okay, but here's my question.
And we'll get out to Leo in just a moment.
No, I'm sorry, but I just want to say that if they brought Bridgewater in on short notice, right? They sign him, and Mayfield gets injured. He's out for like a couple of practices. Bridgewater comes in. They saw Trask, what he could do with the first teamers. Okay, so I don't think they had anything to compare Trask to. And I think when Bridgewater came in and they saw that, hey, this guy can actually run this offense with very short notice, very little time, and he did a pretty good job. Maybe that's what, I don't know. Maybe that's what convinced them.
I think it's a great point, Tony, and we'll go out to Leo in just a moment. I think you're exactly right, because he worked with Josh Grizzard down in Miami. He was able to come in and perform on a short notice. Tony, we appreciate the call. Use the second one. Don't be a stranger, my friend. All right.
Tony, thanks, man. Great call.
Take care.
All right.
Bye-bye.
Absolutely. Good stuff there. Let's get out to Mr. Leo Hagerty.
Book him, Dano.
I know there's other callers here, so we'll take calls. We won't neglect the web heads. We're going to read the text messages. I'll be here all night long reading all the comments. If we need to, Harry, you don't have to be here for that, but we will read all these comments. I promise you. Let's get out to him, the legend himself, Mr. Leo Hagerty. A day where Kyle Trask is gone. Some really big time surprises. Tyler Sanders yesterday, Nick Jackson today, Raheem Jarrett, Leo Haggerty. Let's start there. Kyle Trask, how surprised were you that he's no longer on the Tampa Bay Buccaneers? Welcome to the Evolution.
Well, let's be honest, guys. Here's my problem. You got a quarterback right now who every 3 years gets hurt. You got a backup quarterback who has had serious injuries. And you let go a guy that hasn't been hurt at all. And I'll tell you what, Is anybody going to be surprised when he ends up in Carolina or New Orleans? I'm not, because I guarantee you that's the first place I'd go if I were the Saints or the Panthers. I'm going to pick up the backup quarterback. He knows everything about the offense. I'm amazed they went down that road. Not because I'm not a Teddy Bridgewater fan, but when you look at this, if Baker gets hurt, Bridgewater for a short term, maybe 2, maybe 3 games.
Isn't Bridgewater hurt now?
No.
He's not hurt. He didn't play because of illness.
Okay. I didn't know. I thought he was dinged up for some reason.
Well, I got you again. Let's go ahead and reset this, guys, because from my understanding, Trask did hurt himself in the game. The Bucs, because they don't want to place him on the IR and they don't want to be responsible for his salary, so they're going to release him. They're going to come to some type of injury settlement. At this point, they can bring him back if they want to, but it's highly unlikely at this point.
Because he is out of waivers, Peter. Somebody's picking him up.
Somebody can pick him up, but and everybody can talk about potential until the cows come home. But
Peter,
here's
it's not about potential. If I'm the Carolina Panthers or the New Orleans Saints and I'm chasing the Bucs, what better person to inform me what they're going to do on offense than their backup quarterback?
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
I think some of that could be overrated because you make those adjustments. But it is a fair point. Let's go out to the phone lines here. What's your name? Where you're calling from? You're on the Sports Web here on a Monday night.
This is Alexander returning.
What's going on, Alexander? I think you're a first-time caller. Have you? It's been a long time since you called, or are you first-time caller?
Been a while.
But why has it been so long, Bucs fans? Come on, guys. You're more than welcome to call this show. Alexander, you could be one of those callers. Go ahead. What's on your mind?
Okay, first and foremost, I am a Gators fan.
Okay.
But I'm putting them fellas aside for this.
You had the same energy. Let's go ahead and put this out there, guys. He had the same energy for Jameis Winston as he had for Kyle Trask, right? As the kids would say?
Somewhat, but no. The reason why I say somewhat is because his turnovers is what did it for me.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? That it was game killers.
Okay.
And also, it was an excuse behind he couldn't see, he couldn't read Florida tag. Like, it was just too much controversy just to not say that he was underdeveloped.
Okay.
Now, what I can say is a lot of this do not get put on the coaching staff or quarterback coaches we have on our current staff at all.
Good point.
We haven't had a development quarterback since I can remember. You know what I'm saying? And this situation is more so like, to me, the Mike Glennon situation. Everybody wanted him in at one time. You had fans that wanted this person in, somebody don't make it. You know what I'm saying? That's just the reality of it. Now, Trask's situation is different because he got drafted in the second round. To me, that's pretty high. That's just me. And this is going to be a failed second round pick under Jason Light again.
I thought he was drafted a little too high, to be honest with you.
Well, a lot of people look at his numbers and they say he was drafted a little bit too low. What he did with Florida was tremendous. But again, it comes back to this. Again, I'd rather have a general man. And they gave him that opportunity. They gave him the opportunities. I get it. Didn't have a lot of snaps in the National Football League. But I continue to go back to this. And maybe this is not a great point on my behalf. But I feel like, listen, if he is your future quarterback, you turn the page on Tom Brady. You do. You turn the page. Just like the Kansas City Chiefs turned the page on Alex Smith and went with Patrick Mahomes, he was their future quarterback. We've seen it come in.
Patrick Mahomes was taking.
How about the Green Bay Packers? How about the Green Bay Packers, your favorite team? They turned the page on Brett Favre because they knew that Aaron Rodgers was the future. The Bucs didn't do that. He had an opportunity to beat out Blaine Gabbert, was not able to do that. Had an opportunity to beat out Baker Mayfield.
I agree with you, Peter, on that.
I'm just saying. I'm just throwing it out there. All right, go ahead, Alexander.
The thing is, I think when it comes to the Brady situation, it was a roster say on that.
Right.
To me personally.
Nope.
I think if you go to Mike Evans and say, hey, would you want us to bring back Tom Brady against this he's going to retire, or start with Kyle Trask? Evans going to say Brady every time.
Well, to be fair, one of the defensive leaders on that team, Levante David, said that year that he had confidence in Kyle Trask because he was a second-round pick and put the hard work in. But again,
yeah, but he's on defense.
Well, that's true. That's true. But he is one of your defense. He is your leaders on this team. So he had some people in his corner. Absolutely. We've had him on this show, my friend. I hope you watched that interview. All the interviews, by the way.
Yeah,
I have.
Yeah,
okay, good.
But ultimately, I would say when it comes down to Blaine Gabbert, I wasn't there to see every single play to see who beats out who. I remember when Baker first got here, they said it was flip a coin who wins the quarterback count, pretty much, and pretty much Trask had the better count going into the season than Baker did. But Baker was considered a quarterback vet in the league, still coming into us at Tampa.
Yeah,
and that gave him an edge. When it come down to it, if Baker got injured, I'm not confident in Teddy because his downside of his career has been a weak arm.
Well, I mean, yeah, I mean, you could see a little bit of that. You could see the injuries and the weak arm. I'll go out to Leo Haggerty, a guy that's been a scout before, going back to Teddy Bridgewater with this offense, and maybe installing more deep shots here. Is that a concern for this offense that Bridgewater has to take over with his lack of arm strength, if you will?
Yes, that's my concern.
Okay,
You know
Leo.
what, guys? When you look at this, if you're an offensive coordinator, you got to take one shot down the field a quarter, at least one. You got to take two. So you're talking about 8 plays a game where this guy's going to throw it more than probably 5 to 15 yards.
Okay.
It's a matter of scheme, getting a guy open. And everybody said, well, he's not good at the deep ball. That is not an easy thing to do. And again, people think, oh, well, he can do that. You got a rush coming at you. You got, guys coming. I mean, unless you've been on the field and actually seen this chaotic situation when that ball is snapped, everybody said, well, hey, look, he sees this, he sees this. The guy's 6 feet off the ground. That's it. He's not looking from 30,000 down. He's looking 6 feet out. And it's you got to trust the scheme, because when you get back there, and I don't know if anybody saw this, but when I posted my question of Kyle Trask the other night, first play of the game, he gets out of the huddle, and he sees they're in a man under single free, and he kills the play right away. And I asked him, I said, why'd you do that? He said, oh, we were expecting this. We had a touchdown. And he probably would have if the defensive back didn't grab the receiver on the way by, because they ran a crossing route, and that safety didn't know where to go, and he went the wrong way. So that would have been and he said that. We had a touchdown if he didn't get grabbed. So I think that we're really talking about oranges and apples here between Bridgewater and Trask, because let's be honest, if that's the conversation, it's going to be a long season for the Buccaneers.
Well, again, knock on wood. I hope it's not Baker Mayfield going down with an injury, but I will say this again. I feel more confident with Teddy Bridgewater than Kyle Trask. Alexander, what else is on your mind tonight, my friend?
And when you do say that, I can respect your opinion, because
Thank
again, it's all about how you feel towards the team. We all are fans of the team.
Right.
I will say this. Now, aren't we on our 4th different offensive coordinator in the last 5 years?
Yeah, it's another offensive coordinator. You got Dave Canales, and of course you had Liam Cohen, and now you've got another offensive coordinator. So 3rd one here in the last So another offensive coordinator.
I want to say, because Leon was here 1 year or 2.
1 year. Dave Canales was here for 1 year. Yeah.
Okay.
And then you have Byron Leftwich
before him.
Leftwich.
Yep. So this 5 within the last 4.
Yeah, you had Leftwich.
We still don't even know what this offense is going to look like.
Yeah, yeah. Byron Leftwich right there.
We still don't even know what this offense is going to look like. We have a lot of upside in the skilled players we have to go off of last season, but we don't even know what he's going to bring to the table to change the offense. Is anything going to be the same? So at this point, it's a waste of argument between the quarterback controversy, because we don't even know if the upside or the downside, what's going to happen.
Well, what do you think of the offense? Do you think it'll be better this year? Just give me go in your crystal ball there, Alexander. What do you think? It's going to be better this year than it was last year, or do you think it takes a step back?
It's going to be as best as we can without being Brady here within the last 10 years. That's how I feel, because of the weapons we have.
Nice. Okay. All right. Good stuff. Anything else on your mind tonight, my friend?
That's it, boss. I just wanted to pitch in.
Boss, don't be a stranger. You always bring in here. I'm going to give you the Ric Flair. Woo! And use that second call if you want to, Alexander. All right?
All right. Y'all have a blessed one.
All right. Love my Bucs fans right there.
By the way, it was Lou Canales.
Well, yes, it wasn't. Yeah, it wasn't. All right. We got Alex.
Lou Canales. Sorry.
Lou Canales, not Dave Canales. Yes, I do. Let's go out to one of our favorite webheads here. Alex, welcome to the Evolution. You're on with yours truly, along with Harry the Greek, and of course, the legend himself, Leo Haggerty. What's on your mind tonight, my friend?
Good evening, guys.
Yes.
Anyway, I'm going to give my thoughts on the Kyle Trask thing.
Okay.
And I kind of want to make a comment on the whole Jameis Winston and that comment that was made before.
Well, remember, it was just a hypothetical, but I think
I get it, but I still want to get my thoughts.
Okay, go for it.
Talking about Kyle Trask first, I'm not surprised. I feel that if you get drafted in 2021, which is when he was drafted, if you cannot 4 years later against third and fourth string players that you played the last 3 preseason games, if you can't go out and put up better numbers than a guy who was called up and sitting on the couch 1 week prior coaching high school football, you got a problem. I mean, you could see a mile away that, in my opinion, I'm not shocked that Teddy stole his job in 2 seconds. On top of the fact that, as you said a minute ago, the Bucs have had his eye on Teddy even before Baker Mayfield came in, which, by the way, when Baker Mayfield did come to Tampa, you got to take your cap off to him, man. He did a lot more than what most people would have ever imagined him before he came to Tampa. Just another guy hopping from team to team. Baker came in here, had the weapons, had everything provided to him that made him successful, and he ran with that. So, sure, do I think Kyle Trask had his fair share here in Tampa? No, because he came in, again, during the Tom Brady era. It's just in my opinion that sometimes Tampa is just not home for him.
All right, Leo, you raised your hand. You don't have to raise your hand here on the Sports Web. Go ahead, Mike.
I got to raise my hand on this one because.
All right, hold on, Alex. Go
Why
ahead.
is everybody saying that Trask had a bad game? I got the stat sheet sitting in front of me. 13 of 17 for a quarterback rating of 108.2. What else you want the guy to do? He had 4 incompleted passes, and Peter, if I'm not mistaken, 3 of them were drops, correct?
Well, 2 of them were dropped by Cam Johnson, but I think what Alex was referring to is the start by Teddy Bridgewater against the Steelers. He comes in, 12 days, knows the offense. I get it. He's playing with the number 1 starters, and then when Kyle Trask comes out, what is he, 3 for 10 with 19 yards? So I think that's what I was referring to. I think that also factored into it.
Let me throw this one out to you.
Go for it, Leo.
Kyle Trask didn't have a wide receiver hurt either.
Well, I mean, again, that's also.
That's not what I mean, Peter. All of a sudden, Bridgewater throws it high, and McMillan's out for 8, 10, maybe 12 games.
It's a part of the bad pass.
It's a bad pass, but it's also part of the NFL. Guys are going to get hurt at the end of the day. So yes, it's disappointing that pass was high, but it happens. It happens to every quarterback. So I'm just a little bit. I don't think there was that much of a separation between Bridgewater and Trask. I think there's a major separation when a guy comes in 12 days and he knows the offense and he's making throws and just he's decisive. He's not holding the ball like Trask did. He didn't
hold the ball.
Yeah,
guys, listen. I know I didn't play pro. I played in college.
Right.
I've seen professional. I've scouted them.
I get that.
This guy isn't holding the ball. He's getting rid of it on time. That was the key in that last game. Yeah, he's playing against third and fourth teams. He's with the third and fourth team offense. He puts up 13 of 17. I don't know what these fans want of him.
I want him to do what is he going to do against the Pittsburgh Steelers with that number 1 defense?
Can I make a comment, guys, if you don't mind?
Yeah, go ahead.
At the end of the day, if Baker Mayfield gets hurt right now,
I agree with this.
If Baker Mayfield gets hurt right now, you watch the Pittsburgh game. Can Kyle Trask be able to put up those same numbers that you just quoted, 15 for 17, against any team, any actual roster against any NFL team on our schedule?
I don't know.
I promise you he won't.
I don't know if I have confidence in that.
Okay, well, let me ask you this then. Not you, Peter, not you, Leo. I'm asking the caller. Do you think Teddy Bridgewater is your answer?
Harry, that was my question.
Do you think Teddy Bridgewater is going to be the answer? Now, be very careful before you answer that because this guy did not play football last year. Okay.
He still came in and put better numbers.
Okay.
Look at this.
I hope we're both wrong because I really hope and I pray that
We
a
don't
man
have
that
to
has
answer
not
that
been able to, we don't have to answer that question. I'm going to knock on wood, but I'm going to tell you, watching football for 59 years on this God-given earth that he's given me and being a professional handicapper, Teddy Bridgewater is a bridge gap for one game. Don't want two out of him because you're going to get a lot of overthrown passes and a lot of injuries to these wide receivers. Teddy Bridgewater is a shell of what he used to be. He doesn't run like he used to. He doesn't throw like he used to. If he did, he would have played football last year. I'm happy the Buccaneers have him as a backup, but don't be surprised. He's not going to be your there's a possibility he won't be the number 2 when the season opens because the Bucs are not done kicking tires. Trust me, it's the best general manager in the entire National Football League, and there are going to be a lot of quarterbacks out there that are about 8 to 10 years younger than Teddy that have not had injuries that can make all the throws and they're a little bit faster. That's all I'm going to say.
But the problem is with that, and I'll go full screen on this, Alex, and I'll let you finish. The reason why you got the best general manager in football is because he knows what he likes, and he's always liked Teddy Bridgewater and preferred Bridgewater over Winston and would have gone with Bridgewater if they didn't go with Brady. And yes, he may not be able to run. You don't have to run. You don't have to be – all you have to do is scale out the pocket. I get it. The Bucs have some problems on that left side. We'll see how it works out with Tristan Wirfs. But he'll be able to scale the pocket. He'll be able to make decisions. And on top of it, he's not going to lose a game for you. Once again, I feel more confident with Bridgewater, but we've been down this road. So hopefully we don't have to go down the road. But if we do, I'm telling you right now, I'm rolling with Teddy Bridgewater at the end of the day. Alex, go ahead and finish up.
Yeah, but I do want to add this to you guys to keep in your mind. You were talking about Jameis Winston. This gives a tip to your cap to the to the Bucs organization that Winston has only been able to be successful with the Bucs. Isn't he on his third, fourth inconsistent team since he's left the Bucs? Wasn't he with the Saints? I think he's now with the Giants. I mean, this man's all over the league. I would not choose Jameis Winston over Teddy Bridgewater. And if you think that, I will put my bottom dollar on it that I promise you, my bold prediction is that Bridgewater in this organization with the current weapons you have, I feel Teddy would way overperform Jameis Winston. But that's my opinion. Again, that's my opinion. You watched a guy who was on the couch 2-3 weeks ago get a call, and he came out, put better numbers than a guy who sat behind the goat, didn't take no time off in the NFL, still young. Kyle Trask just did not succeed in Tampa. It didn't work for him, and I do agree with Leo. Do not be surprised if he does go to the Saints with the Panthers. That is my prediction because they do have some quarterback issues. But he is not. But Kyle Trask, the Buccaneers.
They're not bringing him there for his playing prowess.
Listen,
okay,
I heard
they're bringing him what's in his brain.
Alex, thanks a lot for the call. I heard the same damn thing about Jameis Winston. Oh, my God, they're going to bring Jameis Winston to the Saints. And guess what? The Bucs beat him in the round.
Jameis Winston got to eat the W one time.
With that again? Peter, what did you just say?
They beat him in the divisional round, did they not? Yeah, he threw a touchdown on a trick play, but did they not beat him in the divisional round?
Yeah, but he also got hurt in the Bucs game.
Okay, but before that, the year that they faced the Saints in the playoffs, not the 2 games, because I get it, the Saints beat him
in for that one trick play. Yeah.
Okay, came in for the one trick play. Everybody was worried about James. Right, but everybody was worried about everybody was worried about let me finish the point here, guys. Everybody was concerned about Jameis Winston going to the Saints. Oh my God, Jameis Winston's going to go to the Saints. What are we going to do? And what happened? The Bucs beat him in the divisional round. So enough with the nonsense of, well, he may go to the Saints. He may go to the Panthers.
Oh, Peter, it's not nonsense.
That's why you got coaching. That's why you got adjustments. That's why coaches make adjustments.
That isn't nonsense. Again, I'm sorry I brought up the Jameis Winston thing.
I'm just saying.
All I did was bring up 2 mediocre quarterbacks, one who has been playing and one that hasn't played.
It's not about your point. What it is about is everybody saying he may go to the Panthers and the Saints. Okay, finally get to that. All right, let's go out to the phone lines. I know you want to get out of here, Harry, but let's go out to Trevor here, and we'll get you out of here after this. Trevor, what's on your mind? You're on the Evolution with yours truly, along with Leo Haggerty, the legend, and, of course, Mr. Harry the Greek. Go ahead.
What's up, fellas? How y'all doing?
Oh, we're passionate tonight, my friend. Bringing it here. Bringing it.
So I know we're talking about what the backup quarterback situation. I'll say this. I was a big Kyle Trask fan when we drafted him.
Okay.
I was hoping that he could learn under Brady and be the heir apparent. Let's just be honest though. There's some truth to what was saying on the previous callers. He let Blaine Gabbert beat him out, and Blaine Gabbert, he was a journeyman quarterback. I think he got drafted in 2011 to the Jacksonville Jaguars.
Right.
Bounced around from team to team.
Right.
He let that guy beat him out.
Right.
And then that once Brady decided to retire, Baker comes in. He bounced around from Cleveland to Carolina to LA, and then he let Baker beat him out. You know what I mean?
He was basically a journeyman quarterback like Teddy Bridgewater with injuries
absolutely. So here's my thing with that. He's been given every opportunity there is to be given to step up and take the reins, and he wasn't able to do that apparently. And like you were saying earlier, Teddy Bridgewater was on the couch, eating a bag of potato chips, and he just comes and signs with the Bucs. And his first game out, he outplays Kyle Trask. Now, granted, I know McMillian got hurt, but that's part of the game. I know, some of y'all would blame Bridgewater for that injury. But no one's
going to blame
Baker last year.
Really, who threw the football?
Baker Mayfield's had some throws too to wide receivers.
Who threw the football with no pressure in his face and sailed it?
I understand that.
Yeah,
okay,
and then if McMillan doesn't go up to go get the ball that's catchable, now we're talking about, hey man, we're not putting you on the roster.
I don't know if the same energy would be here if Kyle Trask did it. I honestly don't, because I know I've seen Kyle Trask the last couple of years have receivers hung out to dry. Oh wait, he's probably too busy holding the ball and getting sacked because he's not able to process the defense.
Hey, listen, I got to clarify something because I'm starting to get a little steamed, and it's not at you, Pete.
Okay.
I'm getting steamed at some stupid comments. I never said I wanted Jameis Winston here, okay? So get off your soapbox and stop it. I was just giving a point that would you rather have this quarterback or this quarterback? So stop it with the nonsense. Quit coming in 10 minutes and then automatically assuming what you're thinking about. So
Harry,
I'm asking you politely to stop it.
All right, it's okay. Jameis Winston is gonna. Yes, go ahead, Leo.
He's made every point except for one. The Bucs never gave this kid a chance in a game. That's the biggest problem. We don't know what he can do, and we call him Mr. August for a reason.
Right.
He never plays after that. And I'll tell you what, the Bucs had the chance. Brady's last year, they were going nowhere. They didn't do it. So you know what? He's going away, and you don't know what you don't have. That's the biggest problem. And again, when we talk about numbers, you can't talk about numbers in the preseason. A coach wants a backup that's a veteran. He wants somebody who's been out there when the bullets are flying for real. That's why Teddy Bridgewater is the backup quarterback. He's been there, done that, and seen that. Bottom line.
But also the bottom line would be, guys, that you don't have to go with Bridgewater if Trask shows you more than he would what he did, not only in preseason action, but also in training camp. And I believe that Jason Line and company seen enough of Trask, and they said this kid's ceiling is where it's at. He's never going to get any better than what he is. And we can't take the chance, of course, going back to your point here, Leo, about Baker Mayfield getting hurt. We can't take that chance. We got to go with the veteran backup because we don't believe in Kyle Trask. That's what that signaled to me. They've seen enough.
I'm going to throw this to you because you're getting ready to leave.
Yes.
How many games could you trust Teddy Bridgewater to come in and be effective?
No, it's not what I think. It's what I've seen. One, maybe two, and that was 2-3 years ago. Then after that, he just really wasn't playing very good situational
Did we
football.
go on a 5-game winning streak with the Saints though?
He
When
did.
was back up-
Yes, he
absolutely
did.
did.
What year was that?
That was 2019.
2019. Yep, 2019.
Can I please? And you know what? There's not going to be a single player on this roster, as what Eric pointed out, from 2021. We're talking about a guy from 2019.
Oh God, I knew he was going to go down
many
that
games
road.
No, but I'm just curious. You're right. It was a 5-game win streak. We're also talking about an ACL that's been torn since twice.
And his
Okay.
injury in Minnesota was
Look,
so
and
bad.
I'm not a hater. I'm
was
really
so bad.
happy that
They
Teddy
had to
Bridgewater
cancel
is playing.
practice. It was so bad. They stopped practice and said, "We're done."
Listen,
my
I
thing with
don't have a problem with Teddy
Hold on,
Bridgewater. God bless the Buccaneers have him. The only point I'm trying to make, don't be surprised. The Bucs are going to be shopping for a better veteran backup, someone that can throw a little deeper, someone that can process the defense a little bit better. Not saying that Teddy's a dummy, by no means, because he's a very smart quarterback, but they're also looking for someone that might be a little more fleet of foot. Okay?
There's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with that. If he can bring, if Jason Light can say, hey, I think this guy, whoever that may be, can come in and help us win. And matter of fact, I would like him second on the depth chart. I ain't got a problem with that.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? But I'm also good with Teddy Bridgewater being our backup as well. You know what I mean? Either way, I think it's a win-win situation. I will say, as far as Kyle Trask, I mean, the bottom line is this. As far as like him not getting any opportunities, I feel like he would have got an opportunity had he shown the coaches that he was ready to play, you know, over the course of these 4 years. And trust me, when Brady retired, I was rooting for Kyle Trask to win that starting job over Baker. I was like, hell yeah, let's go with Trask. I was like, you know, like he's homegrown. Let's see what this young kid could do. And Baker beat him out.
There you go. And I think that's what it comes down to. And for me, again, it goes back to if he's your future quarterback, if he is the true future quarterback of this team, like a lot of fans assumed he was when he got drafted a second round after sitting behind Brady, then move on from Brady, let Brady go to Miami, let him go wherever he wants to. And then you go with Kyle Trask as your starting quarterback. And they did not do that. That told me everything you needed to know. What else, Trevor? Anything else here on the evolution?
I think that sums it up. I mean, we all want the Bucs to win, but however, it doesn't matter. I just want them to win.
All right, my friend. Appreciate the call. As always, use that second one.
Good call, man. Thanks. I'm going to.
I know you. All right, calling the left-hander here. Go ahead and promote yourself, as always, Mr. Harry the Greek.
It's 10 o'clock. It's time to go make the donuts. Sunny side up in the bed. I'm a little bit tired. Thanks for having me on, Pete. But please, guys,
Harry,
stop with the nonsense.
Yeah.
I'm not saying that Teddy Bridgewater's not a good quarterback. I'm just saying that they need to look for other options out there because he is not the answer. He's a one-game guy. Yes, Leo.
I want you to stay on for this because we got to say something about Lee Corso's last game coming up Saturday.
Okay.
Oh, wow. Lee Corso. Yeah, that's good. All right.
We got to talk about that. Harry, you're getting ready to get off, so tell us something about Lee Corso.
I can't. Not at this time. I really wish I could. I'm just now seeing something that's coming through, and I've really got to take this. My mom's
Wednesday.
91 years old.
For Wednesday.
All right. We'll save it for Wednesday. Harry, yes, God bless you and your mom, and we'll see you on Wednesday night, my friend. All right?
You guys have a really good one. Thanks for having me on, guys. Peter, it's always been a pleasure. Leo, love you, brother. Thanks a lot to all the callers. Love the passion. I love the excitement, but my God, did you guys bring me some nonsense?
Oh, God,
Deuces, guys. We'll talk to you later.
All right. We still love them. Hey, Leo, I know you've got to get out of here in just a little bit. You want to give me some final thoughts? We'll get out to a caller. You want to get out to this caller really quick? You want to give me some final thoughts?
Give the caller real quick, but he's got to get on and off quick.
All right. What's your name? Where are you calling from? You're on the Evolution. You're on with yours truly, along with Leo Haggerty.
This is Alexander using my second.
All right, Alexander. What's going on, boss? Welcome back.
Okay. Do any you Leo or you Peter, do y'all have any insight on what was this Desmond Watson project that was wasteful?
I will say this again. I heard, through various people that, there was some type of weight goal. Of course, he wasn't able to reach it. They saw potential in him, but he just was not committed to the weight goal. He wasn't able to lose the weight. I get it. It would have been fascinating to have him next to Vita Vea, and who knows? Maybe he comes back for the practice squad. But Leo, you know a little bit more about this because you've talked to people in the know. What did you think about the Desmond Watson situation?
I don't know if it was an attainable goal to start with, Peter. And this guy's a big man. I mean, we're not talking about a fat guy. We're talking about a big human being. I was hoping. And again, we don't know what that number was. I was hoping 390. That because he wasn't going to be an every down player. But I'll tell you what, if you could get 10 to 15 snaps out of him on 3rd and 4th down, that would be phenomenal. But,
well, I heard 380. I heard 380, and he wasn't able to get to that. And they gave him every opportunity. And I do think that Todd Bowles had some plans with him, but they saw that commitment. And it goes back to this. I've never been an NFL football player before, but I think it's the commitment. How bad do you want it? Do you want it bad? Because, when I did this show, maybe it's not a comparison. People told me, listen, you can't do TV. You can't do radio. So what I'm going to do? I'm going to give up. I'm going to go to another town, or am I going to keep on trying to, pound the rock, if you will, as the great Matt Salmon of Connecticut School of Broadcasting would tell me. So you find a way to make it happen. If you want to do a show, you do a show. If you need to buy equipment, you buy equipment. If you invest in yourself and you invest in the idea that you can be the greatest version of yourself. And I feel like sometimes that commitment isn't with a lot of these football players. And this is what Jason Light was talking about just a couple of weeks ago, how you have to get the character guys that fit your organization. And at the end of the day, if this is being too harsh, maybe Watson isn't that guy because of the commitment to get his body in shape, if that's fair.
Peter, the biggest problem we got is we don't know what the starting number was.
Right.
I was hearing 440. Now, if you're asking a guy over the space of 6 weeks to lose close to 60 pounds, it's unrealistic. I don't care who you are. That's just not going to happen.
I mean,
so I don't know what their idea was. Maybe their idea was to make sure he didn't get there so they can bring him back in the practice squad and just make him work out a little better. But you know what? I don't know.
Right.
And we'll never know because he may not even come back. But Peter, I still got to write my post. It's a long night still. So, hey,
all right.
Have a good show, buddy.
We'll see you on Wednesday night, my friend. Leo Haggerty, the legend himself. We'll go ahead and do this.
Book him, Dano.
All right, he's out of here. We'll come back to the one shot here. It'll be just me and you, Alexander. Go ahead. What else is on your mind here on the Evolution?
I understand tonight been a lot about quarterback controversy. The only person this preseason that I've been stressing, I don't even know how he's still safe as a lock, is Jamal Dean. How is he still here?
Well, let me answer that question. And I completely agree with you when it comes to Dean. I think he's so inconsistent. He's a veteran presence, right? So we talk about the wide receiving room. Do you want to go with 2 wide receivers? That's why I think they keep Shepard. Love Tez Johnson, love his ability, think he's electric, brings something. But do you want to go with rookie corners? Do you want to go with Benjamin Morrison or Jacob Parrish? Eventually they may, and what they anticipate is, and I think Dean has a close relationship with Todd Bowles. He's talked about it. When Jamel Dean can be consistent, he can be one of the top corners in the league. The problem is he's so inconsistent. We've seen blown coverages. We've seen him not want to tackle. We've seen him also not be healthy. So this is his last chance. They're giving him an opportunity to go in there, keep his job. And if he's not able to do that, which eventually I think the Bucs anticipate him getting hurt, then you have Morrison, then you have Jacob Parrish, who Parrish has played lights out. Morrison hasn't been able to stay healthy, but that's the reason why you double dip in the draft in the first place. So to answer your question, definitely understand the frustration, but do you want to go right away with a rookie who, doesn't have that experience, or do you want to go with the experience take your chances, see if that fire is lit upon him and he can, overcome this inconsistency and show you what Jamel Dean can be. Because we've seen the good Jamel Dean, and the last couple of years we've seen the bad. Does that make sense?
I don't think that we just throw Morrison in the fire, as you're saying. I think he gets demoted. I think Zion has matured and played well enough to overtake the one spot.
Correct.
The starting number one corner spot. Now Dean at the number 2. I think that's what Morrison and Dean will fight it out for cornerback 2. If that's how I'm looking at it. I think Zion need to be number 1, everybody else below. As of this aspect going into this season.
Right.
Now, we haven't seen much Morrison to say, oh, yeah, he's going to be the answer at all anyways. But I just feel like Dean is right now on the depth chart is number 1, and I'm trying to see how Zion still got getting beat out.
I think it's the experience factor. I think that it's kind of like the quarterback situation, right? Why do you go with Bridgewater? Because of the experience. Why do you go with Dean? Because of the experience. Is it the right decision? Maybe not, because again, we've seen the play, but that's where you're going at the end of the day, and you're hoping that, getting these young players will again light a fire. We saw against Pittsburgh, whether it was the safety, it was supposed to be over the top, but Dean allowed that player to run right past him, wide receiver. How many times have we seen that? I go back to San Francisco and I see Brandon Ayuk in my nightmares running past Jamel Dean, and Jamel Dean doing his best impression of the old lady on the commercial, I've fallen and I can't get up. Because he's falling down with the receiver running past him for 75-yard touchdown. I mean, that's inexcusable. And he's supposed to be physical and long and have ball skills, and he just hasn't done it, right? 7 interceptions. That's the reason why you upgrade that situation. So it may not be happening now, but we all know that Jamel Dean eventually will get hurt. And when he does get hurt, the Bucs will be ready for that. Anything else? Yes.
Chris Conte situation.
That's it. Hopefully it's not, but it's most likely going to happen. So Benjamin Morrison, hopefully he can get healthy. And Jacob Parrish, I mean, he's done that 25 very well, hasn't he? Doesn't look like Brian Kelly. I mean, he's all over the place. He's all over the receiver in a good way, not pass interference, doing it technique-wise, pass breakups. He's everywhere. He's instinctive. He's got good ball skills. I'm ready. I think Parrish is he's going to earn a spot on this team, and they're going to try. I think Todd Bowles and this defense.
I think Parrish is a lock at the nickel.
He's going to be a lock at the nickel at this point. You're going to have to get him on the field, and why not? Why not get him on the field and throw him into the fire? Because I think he's ready for it. So, all right. What else?
What is your expectations this year for Rachaad White?
I mean, already a groin injury, so I don't know what to expect, but I think he would be a big part of this offense with catching the ball out of the backfield, especially with Chris Godwin gone. So he'll be a safety valve for Baker Mayfield. I think he'll definitely get some touches. You don't want to run Bucky out, but if White is hurt, I would not be surprised if Sean Tucker overtakes him. And again, around the league circles, everybody's talking about Sean Tucker. The potential is there. If he's already hurt, you got to find a way to get Sean Tucker the ball. Todd Bowles has talked about how you have to find him a way to get the ball. So do not be surprised if White is still lame with an injury, that Tucker would take over eventually this running back role. What does he got to improve on? He's got to improve on pass protection. It's always a young running back making that transition from the college game to the NFL game. What do you have to work on? Pass protection, catching the ball consistently. We've saw a little bit of that. You got to see a little bit more of that, but I definitely think the Bucs and this organization have a lot of intrigue because they see the potential and the fluidity, Leo word, of what Tucker can bring to the table.
I agree with that.
All right, my friend. Don't be a stranger. You keep on calling up the evolution, all right?
Definitely will.
All right, Alexander. Appreciate the call. Good stuff there, man. Bringing it. Love it. Love when Bucs fans call the show. Bucs life right there. My family out there. Scott Bradford commenting. We'll get to the comments. I promise you. It's been a busy night. It's been a passionate night. A lot of people talking about Kyle Trask being cut. What do you think of that situation? 727-255-0391. It's 727-255-0391. Ask for calls. Get calls. Let's go out to Trevor from North Carolina. Back to you for your second call. What's on your mind tonight, my friend?
Yeah, man, I got Bucs on my mind. That's why I'm utilizing my second call.
All right.
So I was listening to the last call about Jamel Dean, and you know he made some valid points.
He did.
I mean,
Alexander brought it tonight. Absolutely.
And you made a valid point too. I will say this though. I feel like Jamel Dean should be given a very short leash this year.
I think he will be. I think he will be, Trevor. I think that's what they anticipate. Either it's by injury or by inconsistency, because, again, they have the options there. And Benjamin Morrison is healthy. I think Morrison, you may start out with Morrison at that spot, but they're going to start out with Dean because Morrison's banged up. But once Dean gets hurt, don't be surprised for that hook. Don't be surprised if it is Morrison, maybe week 5, week 6 at this point, or Jacob Parrish.
Yeah, and then not only that, you know, I know they moved Tyke Smith to safety, but, you know, he still got some experience at corner. And, you know, Todd Bowles likes his interchangeable safeties and nickels and corners.
Sure.
That's you know, so that's an option. So I'm saying by the end of this season, like, you know, Jamel Dean may still be on the roster, but he might be at the bottom of the depth chart at this rate.
Might be.
And I think that's by design. You know, and it's like I like Jamel Dean, but I think, you know, his I guess his prime has came and gone. I don't have a problem with him being on the roster as far as helping these young guys, you know, do film study and you know, just what to look for. I mean, that veteran presence is always needed, you know what I mean? But you know, I just think it's been ran its course. What else was I going to talk about? Oh, and the quarterback situation.
Yeah.
I want to, you know, I know you had to talk to other people. I want to harp back on that and talk about Teddy Bridgewater.
Go for it. Give me your thoughts. So
here's the thing. I feel like sometimes we overanalyze, you know, scenarios where quarterbacks are supposed to just sit here and just throw the ball like 60 times a game, as if, you know, Todd Bowles or the offensive coordinator is going to set Teddy Bridgewater up for that type of failure.
Thank you. I mean, this is not John Gruden throwing in, you know, Bruce Gradkowski there at the Meadowlands and throwing 40 times against the wind. I mean, they're a little bit more intelligent. They're not as stingy, if you will. And of course, by the way, you got a kind of a good offensive line there and a good running game. You're going to depend on a Bucky Irving. So yeah, I don't think they would put him in that situation. I don't.
Right. And so my thing is this: Teddy Bridgewater, if they ask him to be a game manager, he's an excellent game manager.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like he you know, that's basically what his career has been, like, game manager. You know what I mean? So between the run game and probably a handful of plays that he probably likes really well.
Right.
I really think it could work. You know what I mean? He's been in this league a long time. I mean, some people act like that's a bad thing. That's a great thing.
That's a great thing. There's nothing wrong with a little bit of experience. I think we all want that experience at the end of the day, right? I mean, you don't want somebody. Again, I understand the potential aspect. You see a 6'4", 6'5" guy. He performed well in college football. It's there, but maybe it's not all there. Maybe it's just the ceiling. Maybe it's just a trick. I've seen plenty of quarterbacks in the league who are tall and big, and it doesn't necessarily mean they're going to work out. It doesn't necessarily mean it's all going to work out. Potential is the most overly used word in all of sports.
It is. And, you know, people acting like, you know, backups can't do the thing. I mean, the Eagles' first Super Bowl, Super Bowl victory.
Yeah.
Nick Foles. You know, you could take it all the way back to 1990. Jeff Hostetler, you know, Sims gets hurt. You know, he comes in.
Correct.
And he does a great job. They end up.
How about Jeff George? I mean, everybody, what a great arm he's got. Well, what was he missing? You know, he had some success with the Atlanta Falcons, didn't necessarily have success with the Indianapolis Colts. But what was missing? There was some intangible that was missing. Maybe it was leadership. Maybe I think it was a quarterback who couldn't face adverse situations. I think that's the most important facet of drafting a quarterback at the end of the day. And I remember listening to Bill Walsh when he used to talk about this on, I believe it was like Up Close with Roy Firestone. And he said, he was talking about Trent Dilfer at the time. He said, I don't want to put Trent Dilfer in there because I think he's going to get his ass beat. I don't think he said ass, but he's going to get beat up. mentally and physically. And it takes a toll. Ask David Carr with the Houston Texans. Hell, Caleb Williams, the way he got hit and beat up. You hope that he's not seeing ghosts. And what you mean is you hope he's not seeing defenders. You hope that he's not gun shy where he holds the ball too long, where he's able to be decisive. But that's the problem with throwing in a young quarterback at the end of the day that may not be ready, because you could ruin them not only physically, but mentally.
Absolutely. I just look at the situation and I feel like, in my opinion, I think we're in a pretty good position quarterback wise.
Yeah.
So if they choose to go out and sign another quarterback, that's fine.
Yeah.
But if Trask was that guy, he'd still be on the roster. Let's just face it.
Yeah, I think, again, they've turned the page. It was not necessarily just about performance; it's about injury, and they don't want to, of course, put him on IR. They want to use that spot. They may want to keep that IR spot open. They already have one for Jalen McMillan, so we don't know what they want to do. They definitely don't want to pay that money, too. So I think that's what it comes down to. They want to have an injury settlement, and that's what's going to happen. And they're comfortable with going with Teddy Bridgewater. And listen, I believe in what, Jason Line and Josh Grizzard, excuse me. I said it. I'm sorry, TJ. Josh Grizzard believes in, because he's familiar with Bridgewater and how he worked with the Miami Dolphins. And he looked good. He looked, again, you talk about it, the tendencies, the plays, what's going to work for you. It's different for every quarterback. I mean, that's what, coaching is all about. It's not about, does this guy fit my system? It's about making the player, taking what he does good and not, trying to focus on what he doesn't, if that makes sense.
Yeah, it makes 1,000% sense. So,
all right, my friend. All right, Trevor. Anything else here on the sports web?
No, man, I'm just ready for this season to start.
13 days, brother. 13 days. Count them down, my friend. Count them down. On Wednesday night, it'll be 11 days. Of course, we got USF football. So if you like USF Bulls football, we got you covered on Thursday against Boise State. So Boise State coming to town here against the USF Bulls. So we got you covered on that. So a busy football life, if you will. People say you got a personal life, you got a social life. Yep, it's the football life. Saturdays, USF Bulls football. Sundays, Tampa Bay Buccaneer football. All right, my friend. So keep on watching. All right. Thanks, Trevor. Appreciate the call. Let me give him the Macho Man.
Oh, yeah.
Let's go out to Alex using your second call. Alex, welcome back to the Evolution.
All right, Mr. Peter. I want to go back to my comments earlier.
Sure. Go
All
for
I
it.
was trying to say is, if Teddy can come in here less than 10 days after being called and look as good as he has,
right?
And Baker Mayfield has been in the system for four going on his fourth year,
right?
Doesn't that tell you something?
Oh, yeah, it tells me a lot. Yeah, you're preaching to the choir, my friend. I agree with you on that. I'm sold on Teddy Bridgewater. I'm sorry.
Like I said, I like Trask. I'm not a Trask hater, but you have to be. Listen, you've been in the organization for so long. In my opinion, and again, I'm just a fan, but as a fan looking in, I have high expectations, just like any other fan out here. Like right now during this current situation, I was looking to see a little bit more. Sure, Leo had his point about the last game where he was 15 for 17. Cool. But at the end of the day, who cares? Because the week before that, he looked like crap. It's about consistency. And at the end of the day, other quarterbacks have came in, like Baker. Listen, Baker was all over the National Football League. Remember, guys, this man had been dumped. This man had been an afterthought. He came to the Bucs, and he outperformed any expectation that I promise you any of us had. But Kyle Trask has been in the organization, in the system long enough that I wanted to see more this preseason. Forget past years. Forget since he's been drafted. During this preseason, I wanted to see more consistency. And I just think that's what the Bucs organization is looking at. On top of that, he's injured.
I agree. I completely agree. Hold on a sec here. Let me put you on hold because we got Mr. Williams here. Stand by. Mr. Williams. Mr. Williams.
All right. Yes. Yes.
Stand by.
Yes.
We're going to finish up with Alex, and then we'll come out to you. All right, Mr.
All
Williams?
right. Yes, sir.
Stand by. All right, let's go back out to Alex. Go ahead, Alex. Finish up.
Anyway, and then the last thing I wanted to talk about was the whole Jameis Winston thing for everyone out here talking about it.
Yes.
I think Jameis Winston was good. I think he did good. Do I think he was a quarterback during his time here that could take us to the Super Bowl? Absolutely not. Sorry. But what hurt Jameis Winston was just alone he couldn't keep that interception rate down. It just killed him. Other than that, sure, he threw 5,000 yards. I mean, there were seasons he threw 4,500 to 5,000 yards, and he did great. But at the end of the day, Jameis Winston is now all over the National Football League, hopping from team to team, eating W's all day, acting ignorant. And for the Bucs, I just don't think they need that back in this organization. I think the Bucs, looking ahead, are at a really good point where Baker Mayfield, if he continues to shine, which, by the way, going into this season, I really wish the Bucs can just sit with just one offensive coordinator more than a season, because I really do think that's going to eventually come back to haunt the Bucs. 4 straight seasons with the new offensive coordinator is absolutely awful. I don't agree with it. Sure, Baker Mayfield has been able to make it work and make it shine, but there's going to come a time where I don't believe in hopping. Like, it's just a bad look. That's my opinion on it. Sure, hats off to Liam Cohen for going over to the Jags, and I wish him the best. But I hope if Gazard does what he does and he looks good, they stick with him, and hopefully it'll look good. But listen, it's going to be a good Bucs season. Putting all the Trask stuff behind. Again, I wish Trask the best. I'm not a hater. Again, I do think he will be in the NFC South somewhere. That's my prediction. I don't want to see that, but I think it's where he will end up at. But other than that,
All
again,
right, Alex.
He just didn't work with the Bucs.
All right, man. I appreciate the call. Appreciate the 2 calls. We'll see you on Wednesday
Hey,
night, my friend.
I appreciate
all right?
what you do, man. Keep up the good work.
All right, man. Appreciate you, brother. All right, we'll go ahead and give you the Ric Flair. There it is right there. Let's go out to Mr. Williams. Mr. Williams, my long-lost buddy.
Sir.
How you doing health-wise, by the way? Health-wise, how we
Right.
doing?
Hey, man, I'm doing great.
You ain't lying to me, right? You're doing good, right?
No.
All right.
No, man, I'm doing wonderful.
All right. You know we got to have you around here. 13 days.
Could I be doing even better when I see Harry so he can feed me my chicken wings?
You see, this is what I love about our callers.
And drink my beer.
Drink your beer. Yes, you have your beer and your wings. You haven't got your wings yet from Harry. Still owes you.
Yeah.
After 2 years.
Yeah. Hey.
Talk to Harry.
Harry, I will be 53 years old September 13th.
Is that right? 63 years old, my friend.
No, 53. 5'3".
5'3". All right. Well, 53 going on 33, my friend. You're very exuberant at this point.
Man. But Harry, I like to eat my chicken wings while I still got teeth.
All right. Well, there you go. It's better when you have teeth, of course. Do you like to eat your chicken? Hold on now. Do you like to eat? Yes. Go ahead.
Now my Tampa Bay Buccaneers.
Yes.
All right. I understand about my 53-man roster. I understand all that.
Right.
And I know we came back with a lot of guys. We came back with a lot of them.
Mm-hmm.
But the only thing kind of touched me is the young man Desmond Watson.
Didn't like that. You didn't like that move.
I didn't. I don't like that at all.
Why don't you like it?
Because I understand he came in overweight and, probably due to health reasons. I understand that too.
Well, it's eating, man. He's got to cut down the weight, right?
Yeah, right. So out of the whole training camp, you only lost a little bit of weight because you still was weighing 450.
Correct.
Yeah, during the whole training camp.
Yes. Stand by for a minute, Mr. Williams.
All
Hold
right.
on. Hold
Yes,
on. Let me
sir.
put you on hold here. All right,
All right.
caller, we got okay. Well, caller's gone. So call back after Mr. Williams here. We'll take your calls. Let me go to Instagram Live here really quick. Mr. Smooth Operator, thank you very much for tuning in to the Evolution. I see you. All right, go ahead, Mr. Williams. Finish up.
Yeah, right. And Mr. Sanders, I really wish we could have kept you, but hey, we live and we learn.
Well, you didn't play up to snuff, Mr. Williams. I
Yeah.
mean, and didn't
Yeah,
make
he
enough
did.
tackles, and the Bucs moved on. You got faith in this organization,
Yeah.
correct?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, right. Most definitely. And then, he got himself into a little push and shove match and got himself ejected.
No, listen. I don't think that was the only reason why he's off this team.
But
I think it didn't help.
It didn't help. Because you know as well as I do, it gets started in preseason, and if I need you in a game, I don't need you going back to the locker room.
There you go.
Okay,
Good point.
you got to go out of that. But now my wide receivers, man, I'm very proud of that offense.
Yeah, how'd you like Tez Johnson and the Tez Johnson the flip the other night on the preseason game? You like that?
Yeah, that was nice.
Yeah,
that was nice. Now, number 19, he needs some work.
Well, you mean Cam Johnson dropping those passes? Yeah.
He needs some work because you were by yourself and you still dropped that football.
Yeah, he ain't no Keyshawn Johnson, that's for sure.
For real. And my guy Bucky, man, you keep doing what you're doing, bro.
Well,
Like,
did you
for real.
see that picture I posted up with him tonight? So Sports Web approved.
Yeah, man.
Try to get him on the Sports Web eventually.
Yeah, man. You say the 21st? Are you gonna be out there, right?
I'm gonna be out there the 21st. You better come out to the What the Buck tailgate.
To the
tailgate.
Right up there, all right, right up there by the light, right?
Right up there by the light. You're exactly right. You'll see my show. We'll get you on, man.
Yeah, man, for sure. Hey, man, I'm finna get off here, man. I love you guys, man. We doing a great job. Hey, let's go, Bucs. Everybody already are looking at us to take everything.
13 days, my friend. Mr. Williams,
Yes,
you get healthy. We got 13 days left, my friend. All right?
Yeah, all right, man. I love you guys, brother.
Love you too, brother. All right, let me go.
All right, yes, sir.
Let me go out to the phone lines here. What's your name? Where you calling from? You're on the Evolution.
This is Ian. I'm from Clearwater, Florida, but I live currently in Biloxi, Mississippi.
Well, see, there you go. That's what I'm talking about. And how did you find this channel, by the way, Ian? You're a Tampa Bay resident, but you had to move to Biloxi, Mississippi. So you got to get your Bucs talk, and you came to the right place here, the Evolution of Sports Talk Television. So, Ian, what is on your mind, by the way?
I want to talk about Servassier Dennis. I mean, I want to talk about the team entirely.
Okay, go for it.
The Kyle Trask situation is kind of a no-brainer. I mean, he's been here that long. Never really proved himself. When Baker came, if he would have proved him, if the coaches were confident enough in Kyle Trask, he would have been given a shot that when Baker came in.
Correct.
They weren't confident enough in him, and he's been vanilla, very bland. If Matt Ryan were to start playing again, if Matt Ryan put on the pads and came out and played right now, that's what Kyle Trask is.
Wow.
And Matt Ryan's probably 40.
I think Matt Ryan's better. All right. Well, that's a good comparison. I didn't think about that, but yeah, okay. Yeah, that's good. That's good, Ian. All right. So you weren't a Kyle Trask fan, and you believe that the Bucs turned the page and was the right thing to do. Now, you have no allegiance to Florida or Florida State, right?
So yeah, I'm a Trask fan. I'm a Florida State fan. I'm a Seminoles fan.
There you go. See, Ian,
But
you're
it's
more
just
than
been
welcome.
very vanilla for me.
Well,
everything I've seen is vanilla.
Let me ask you this: did you have the same energy with Jameis Winston? Yes or no?
I thought Jameis was exciting and fun to watch, but the turnovers, I didn't like him as a quarter. I don't want him as my starting quarterback.
See,
I
there you
love
go.
Baker.
That's fair. See, that's a fair assessment. Okay. All right, good. What else is Savasi Dennis? Listen, we talked to Levante David a couple months ago. He raved about him. He called him Voss. He loves the fact of what he can bring to the table, and I think he definitely could be the X factor of this defense if he can stay healthy, which, knock on wood, he's been able to do so far. So what are your thoughts on Mr. Dennis?
I agree with everything you said. I mean, what I saw from him, I did like. I saw an intensity out of him that, like, you remember Quan Alexander? It kind of reminded me of that, but hopefully he's not on drugs, and as long as that's the case, then I think Savasi Dennis plays with a good intensity and he has good coverage skills, and I like that in him.
Yeah, hopefully he can tackle better than Quan did, because you're exactly right. I don't know about the drug part. I'm not going to comment on that, but yeah, hopefully he can tackle better. He's more consistent when it comes to coverage. You hope that you can get that from him, because I definitely think that was a missing part of this defense, if you will. You saw it last year, Ian. The middle part of that defense was like the Atlantic Ocean. Anybody could go down there. In fact, it comes to mind Kirk Cousins throwing for over 500 yards. Where do they throw? Right to the middle of that field. So hopefully Dennis can rectify that situation. What else?
Jacob Parrish. What do you think about Jacob Parrish? Because I'm really excited about just him, Benjamin Morrison as well. But Jacob Parrish, really, I could see him really just raising eyebrows around the league.
Well, listen, when you have Rondé Barber, who's on the broadcast, and I love Rondé, love to get him on the show sometime. Friends with JP Peterson, does a tremendous job there with Channel 8. He has his own streaming show, which is great. But when you hear him raving about how great this kid Parrish is and what he can do in coverage and how instinctive, it makes you take note, because that's a Hall of Famer, and you see, when he's got the opportunity, anytime the ball is his way, his direction, he's all over that wide receiver, again, in a good way. He's not pulling on him technique-wise. I mean, that's the reason why you draft him, in the third round at the end of the day. That's the reason why you draft Morrison in the second. So you're looking for kids that can come in right away, have the proper technique, not cost your team with pass interference penalties, not have bad technique, which we've seen from the cornerbacks last year. Case in point, like Josh Hayes, good kid, but he's not going to be a starter. You don't want him to start. Funderburk, you don't want him to be the starter of this team. That's the reason why you bring in these guys in the first place. And now you're starting to see why. And once again, this scouting, the scouting crew can get it right and have gotten it right with the players they pick out of college. So I love it. I think he's doing that 25 justice, because when I see 25, who do I think of? I think of Brian Kelly. Brian Kelly,
who reminds me of Benjamin Morrison.
Right.
It's like, imagine those two together. I mean, I feel like that's the starting future at corner.
Right.
Those two right there.
Right.
I mean, it really is. And I love Zion McCollum too, but I'm not big on Dean, just because it's so noticeable when he gets beat. When Dean gets beat, like, you clearly see it. He's chasing someone into the end zone, and it's like, come on.
Yeah, he's chasing them, and again, not good technique, not good ball skills. Although he did have an interception last year, but you like to see more of that. I want to see the Jamel Dean that made Aaron Rodgers look like a fool. Remember that?
Yeah.
That's what I want to see. That's exactly what I want to see here. Stand by, Ian. We got another call here. Stand by. I'm going to come back to you in just a moment. All right, Sun Devil Dave, we're going to finish up with Ian, and then we'll come out to you. Stand by, be patient, my friend, all right? All right, good to go. All right, Ian, go ahead and finish up, my friend.
Okay, I also wanted to say, we talked about the corners, and I love these two young corners coming in. It's very, you can clearly tell with Jacob Parrish that his closing ability and his coverage is there. I could see him having a big year. And also Antoine Winfield, let's pray that he stays healthy all year. If he's healthy, we'll get a different Antoine this year. And that's what.
Well, remember the interview. I don't know if you saw the interview. Again, go to the Sports Web on YouTube. You'll be able to see all those interviews. We interviewed Antoine Winfield Jr. The first two questions, what do you got to do to become the best safety in the game? It's about health. Well, Dexter Jackson said you could be the best safety in the game for 2023. What does he say to me? It's about health. So you know that that's on his mind. And, of course, that's the reason why a lot of Bucs fans were oh, he's got the leg injury. They're going to rest him. They're getting him ready for week 1. You know this. 2 years removed from being the best safety in the game, what he's done to the Falcons, what he's been able to do in his career, how he can make things happen, how he can create turnovers and change games. Winfield Jr., we talked about Ronde Barber. Yeah, that's a comparison right there. He could be that type of player for this team, but you're exactly right, Ian. They need him 100%, and I think they're going to have him 100%. Knock on wood, hopefully this year. If they do,
and if that's the case with him, and if Parrish is starting nickel, you got Parrish and him on the field.
Yep.
Those two play very similar. I see a lot of similarities in Parrish and Winfield, and both of them out there at the same time can wreak havoc.
Yep. And then you forget about Tyke Smith at the other safety positions. He was a playmaker last year. He was one of the only playmakers when Antoine Winfield Jr. was out, when they had injuries. He was making plays here. So he's not going to be on the field half the time. He's going to be on the field full time. They talked about getting him on the field, and now you're going to see that. So I like that back end. I like the back end. Of course, it's all predicated, Ian. You know this all too well. And we'll get out to you in Sun Devil Dave. Stand by with the pressure up front. And Hassan Reddick, again, for me, that is going to make the biggest difference on this line. It's going to take the pressure off. You're going to have to double team him because he's been a guy that's done it. 59 sacks coming in. You take that pressure off because now you've got one-on-one coverage with Yaya Diaby, and you got one-on-one coverage with Kalijah Cansey, and you got one-on-one coverage with Vita Vea. You can't double them all. You may be able to double Vea. You may be able to double Reddick, but then you got to deal with those other guys. So I think that is a big time thing that a lot of Bucs fans should look at, especially with Reddick and the reason why you get him in the first place. He's been there. He's done it. I think the Jets season there is just it's a mirage. It's an anomaly, if you will. Ian, anything else here? Don't be a stranger, my friend.
Last thing, I love your show. I love this. And the last thing I'll say is I hear a lot of people that say Todd Bowles he's too passive, or he's too calm, or he's not a rah-rah guy. And I love that about him. I think that the culture that the Bucs are building is based on personality and character and morals and values. They're decent human beings, and they all seem to love each other. I think that's the culture that Todd Bowles has built, rather than a rah-rah where there's flashy and there's animosity in the locker room. I think they all love to play for each other, and I love to see it. And I love Todd Bowles, and this guy got us a Super Bowl as our D coordinator.
Thank you.
Who was our last D coordinator that got us a Super Bowl? Kiffin, love him too.
Well,
so
it's pretty good company, my friend. And listen, Ian, we love you on the show. Don't be a stranger. Use that second call if you want to. I don't know if I'm going to go past 11, but who knows? I may. But we do this for Bucs fans like you, that people that move out of the area, that want that Bucs news, that want that Bucs feeling. We try to bring that Bucs feeling, that good time feeling here on the Evolution of Sports Talk Television. Even if you're in Mississippi, you're not too far away. Remember, keep on tuning in Monday and Wednesday nights for the Evolution of Sports Talk Television. And of course, before and after Bucs games, we will take you there, my friend. Thanks a lot for the call, right?
Thank you so much, man. Have a good night.
Yeah, love it. New calls right there. Let's go out to this guy right here. Let's go out to Sun Devil Dave. Sun Devil Dave, what's on your mind tonight? Welcome to the Evolution.
What's going on, man?
How do we start off this show, my friend? What do we start?
Thank you for wasting my time, and goodbye forever.
There you go. That's how we do it right there.
So
that's it.
I was wondering to do the ESPN chime. I got more breaking, shocking news.
What do you got? What you got? Breaking news here? There's your draft
shockingly,
time.
The Tampa Bay Buccaneers has cut Bucky Irving, and now he is a fitness instructor at Planet Fitness.
Well, see, I know that's nonsensical. So this is what you get for that nonsense.
That's great enough to suck right there.
Come on.
Guy sucks.
I got to meet Bucky.
I know you did.
And,
I know.
And here's one thing I'd like to bring up.
Yes.
Character. So Mr. Light, I think, did a great job because it's tough. Bucky, he was out there signing all those helmets over at the trade show, right? At the card show.
Exactly. Yes.
He shows up at Planet Fitness in Silver Springs, not the greatest neighborhood in the world, but he's out there promoting Buccaneers football. He's out there shaking hands. He's talking to people. And again, that's about character. That's about people that are committed to this organization. And I think Mr. Light needs to have a big pat on the back. And I know that, these certain fans are out there criticizing this 2021 class.
Mm-hmm.
But when I look at what is it, 2014, 11 years now?
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm gonna read out some of these names, and I think I posted this earlier. Evans, Marpet, Wirfs, Bea, Dean, Smith, Davis, White. Not too bad, right?
Not too bad at all, my friend. Those
and
are the building
2025
blocks.
class.
Yes.
If you look at people outside of Peter Plank, and I call them, I like to look outside of the Tampa Bay realm because you have, obviously people that are going to be sided towards the Bucs. They're going to have favoritism, but a lot of neutral sites all gave the Tampa Bay Bucs a 2025 class A+, A-, A+, A+, A+ across the board.
Right.
So we're looking good, my friend. Do you know how many playoff games the Bucs won from 2002 to 2020?
2002 to 2020. All right, let me see here.
Zero.
Well, yeah.
Zero.
That's
so you
that's
got
right.
You just got to respect what he's
well,
done.
I'm going to go
and just
down the
be
list
happy.
here.
Huh?
2002,
Right.
you won the Super Bowl, of course.
Right. I'm saying
then,
after the Super Bowl.
Right. 2005, you lose in the first round to the then Washington Redskins there with Cadillac Williams in 2005. And then 2007, you lose to the eventual Super Bowl champion New York Giants in the first round with Jeff Garcia. Yes, I remember that. Zero.
So zero. So, I mean, you got to really appreciate what this guy's done.
Right.
Over the last 10 years, over the last 5 years, what multiple division titles, playoff victory. I mean, a Super Bowl victory, obviously. Yeah, they're 1-2 in the last 2 years in the playoffs. They had some tough luck with the doink and the fumble against the Commanders, but this team is great. Baker Mayfield, out of what? You have 32 quarterbacks out there, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Okay. I put him number 5. The only people I think are better is Mahomes, Allen, Jackson, and Burrow.
Right.
Okay. Not bad.
Well, the last 2 years, his numbers are better when it comes to touchdown to interception ratio, better than Patrick Mahomes. That's Baker Mayfield.
Absolutely. And the grit and his character. I mean, when he does that, what do you call that little shoulder shimmy?
Yeah.
A little throw.
Right.
He knocks the defenders down.
Yes.
That hypes up teams, man. Everyone wants to play for this guy.
Of course they do.
If you're an O lineman, a D lineman, you're like, holy man, crap, this guy. And he's not a big dude. He's what, 6 foot, 200 pounds?
Yeah. Yeah.
Barely.
Agree, man. Absolutely agree.
So let's just appreciate what we have, man. And I'm saying, I don't want to speak French, but I'm a Bucs fan too. But let's just appreciate what he's done. I'm a little bit nervous about the wide receiver position. And
what makes you nervous about it?
At the depth. I don't trust Mike Evans.
Well,
as far as I could throw him. And I got a bad back.
Well, listen, I love Mike Evans, and I think he's getting up there in age. He hasn't, he hasn't seen his best days by any means. I still think he has it, but there is a concern there with the hamstring and the leg injuries and stuff like that. I think it's gotten better throughout the years, but you're exactly right.
Let me clarify.
Yes,
I meant to say I love his. I trust his productivity. I trust his drive. I trust his numbers. I just don't trust his hamstrings. His health.
That's fair.
And we lose him for a couple of games, then you're really hurt. I looking at some of these free agents. I think the guy that was at the Ravens, Algador, still available. Gabe Davis. You like any of these names? Tyler Boyd, even Beckham. Gallup, Chark. You don't like any of them?
I don't see them going. I think they're going to go with what they have. I would be surprised, but to that point, Amari Cooper just got signed by the Raiders,
right?
And of course,
I
the
just
Raiders.
Saw that just happened like a few hours ago.
I know there's Bucs fans out there. Scott Marchant from Lakeland over there saying that he would like to see Amari Cooper. He got signed by the Raiders, so I think the Bucs are going to go with what they have, and that's why I kind of doubt. Thinking about it now, I love Tez Johnson, but are they going to slide him into that 3? I think he's going to be a big part of this offense, but I still think they keep Shepard around. Maybe they don't. Again, I've heard some things that he may be in danger, so we'll see. It will all play out tomorrow by 4:00 because they have to be down at the 53.
Okay, maybe there'll be some more moves by 4 p.m. So
I definitely hope I definitely think there will be some moves, my friend.
I think that I'm a little concerned about the wide receiver depth. Mike Evans' health, but and as long as we got White and Irving running well, Irving said that White's good to go. I told Irving that make sure White gets 50% of the snaps. So
50%. Yeah, I'm sure he looked at you like you were crazy when you said that too.
Hey, I'm a big Sunderland fan, but if White wants to stand on the bench and just come in period, I have no problem with Bucky Irving getting 85% of the snaps, dude. I love Bucky Irving.
Love him too, man.
So,
the way he performed
hey,
last year.
great show.
Thank
I'll
you.
save Russell talk for Wednesday. I got some stuff to talk about on Wednesday. But
we definitely got some things to talk about, my friend, don't we?
Again, 14 days, kickoff. Hey, we got 7. Well, really, technically, 9 days for the Thursday game.
Well,
next Thursday's the official kickoff.
Well, you got USF, I believe, this Thursday, correct, against Boise State. So we'll have we got you covered on that if you're a USF
we got
Bulls
that.
fan.
We got Florida. We got my Devils playing the late game. They're ranked 11th. They're playing, I think, the 10 o'clock game on ESPN on Saturday night. So it'll be a lot of fun on Saturday with a lot of games for college football kicking off. Actually, Thursday night too. So exciting.
A lot of great sports going on, my friend. We got
Excellent.
you. We'll definitely keep you abreast of the situation.
Okay.
I said abreast, not breast. So
that's right.
All right. What do we say to end off the Sun Devil Day?
Again, it's been a great show. You're doing an amazing job.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate,
thank
by
you
the
for
way.
wasting my time. Thank you for wasting my time. Goodbye forever.
Yes.
Go Bucks.
And by the way, go Bucks. And thank you very much for the YouTube super chat. Appreciate that, my friend. All right, we'll get out to it. Let's get out to the phone lines here. What's your name? Where you're calling from? Is this Jeremy? Jeremy, welcome. Eric, I saw you call in. We'll put you back on hold here. Jeremy, go ahead. Your thoughts. Welcome to the Sports Web.
Thank you, Peter. Appreciate it, man. Hey, football's here, man.
13 days, my friend. I'm counting it down. I'm counting it down as we speak. I got up this morning. I was like, I got to go to work. I got to talk to Esther and Gertrude. But guess what? There's 13 days left. When we get to Wednesday, it's 11 days. You got USF football on Thursday. You got to hit this Sunday. And then after that, baby, it's game time. So there you go.
No, let's go, bro.
Let's go.
Let's
go.
Wait up, little boy. Wait up.
Let's go. Let's go.
How about them Bucks, baby?
Let's go.
I know. How about it?
Yes.
You know, I've been watching, your show most of the night.
Thank you.
And absolutely, man. You're one of my favorite pods to watch, man. Like I said, I always appreciate, picking your brain, pick up the knowledge in the pot line. But anyway, back to Kyle Trask. I wish him the best. I always will root for him. That's all I got to say about Kyle Trask. Not only being a Gator fan, which most people know.
Yeah, you're a Gator fan. Did you have the same energy that you had with him as you'd have with Jameis Winston? Yes or no? Be honest.
Yes.
Yeah, your silence speaks volumes, my friend. Very nice try there. That was nice.
Shut up!
All right, go ahead.
I will say this, Peter. In all fairness to Jameis.
Yes.
He was not my favorite pick when we drafted him, but I gave him the benefit of the doubt, and I was rooting for him to help lead us the way. I'll admit that. I'll admit that to the day I die, that I was hoping for success out of Jameis when we drafted him, but unfortunately, didn't work out. We moved on. We're a winning culture now. But the other day, Trask, I'll be rooting for him wherever pits him up. I know he'll get another opportunity to be a backup somewhere.
Mm-hmm.
That's just pretty much the end of Trask being here. We got Teddy Bridgewater. God forbid Baker goes down. Hopefully, with Tristan looking really good. I was at the game the other night, and I saw on social media that he don't have a cane no more. So I think he's making progress. The dude's just superhuman.
Well, he really is. He really is, and I'll tell you right now, he'll probably miss the first 2 games because this is what. If you watch the post game the other night, live from Raymond James Stadium, which Bucs fans tune in, home games will be live on the field at post game there with in collaboration with the JP Peterson Show, talking to the media icon TJ Reeves, and he said it. Tristan Wirfs going to miss a couple games. He'll be back the 3rd game there. Most likely, try to be back the 3rd game versus the Jets, and we'll see how that plays out. But your first 2 games, you're going to most likely miss him, but it's a good sign to see him walking without a cane. And you're exactly right. Wirfs is a tough kid. He wants to get back, but again, you don't want to aggravate it. You don't want to have a lingering issue to where you're missing him for an extended period of time because you know how good he is. You know how good he is. Bucs fans know how good he is. Could be the best left tackle in the league, best offensive tackle in the league, period.
No, agreed. Mostly agreed on that. But I do want to throw this out there in the receiving core. It would not surprise me, if the Bucs were to cut Shepard and put him on the practice squad.
Wow.
And you keep guys like Garrett Green and Ryan Miller. most likely Ryan Miller's going to make the roster.
Right.
Garrett Green's the wild card.
I think he's practice squad. I think he's going to practice squad.
No, and I agree. But it wouldn't surprise me if they wanted to cut Shepard just to save, some salary.
Well, just think about this now. If you cut Shepard, you lose that veteran presence. So you're going into the season here with Evans, Ibuka, who's a rookie, Tez Johnson, who's a rookie.
Yes.
And then you have no Shepard at that point. You got Ryan Miller. You most likely don't have Trey Palmer. See, this. I don't know if I'm ready to buy Shepard is not going to be on this team. I'd be shocked. But who knows? Maybe they move on from Shepard. You go out there and get a wide receiver that gets cut from a team. You just don't know. But I think the veteran presence for me lends me to think that he's going to find a place on this team. I don't know why.
Well, no, and I can agree with you because him and Baker have a good relationship and the veteran presence does count. But, but it's not like no team's going to pick him up. I mean, he'll go to the practice squad and they can elevate him for week 1.
Yeah.
That's always a possibility. But either way, I'll be happy whatever the Bucs decide. I'm just saying is Ryan Miller, Garrett Green, those are 2 players to really keep an eye on, especially Ryan Miller from last year to the preseason. He's killed it as far as, making plays, getting open, catching the ball. I feel that Ryan Miller be somebody to watch these first, 3 to 4 weeks, because Godwin, I don't think we'll see him till week 5 when we go to Seattle. My honest opinion.
You might see him later than that. It may be later than that. Maybe
it may be, but we got to see him practice first. So let me not get too far ahead.
Correct.
But I will say I'm confident that this team could possibly start off 2-2 to 3-1, depending on the circumstances of the roster, who's healthy and all that. Especially with week 1 coming up, Atlanta down the blindside tackle spot. So Hassan Reddick is going to feast on that side to go after Michael Penix to put the pressure on him. But anyway, I say 2-2, 3-1. To me, that's a W for the Bucs. I'm very confident that they're going to go into the bye week with a winning record instead of a losing record below the last couple of years.
Okay.
I will say that. And also, the defense, if they stay healthy, if everybody stays healthy, I think we're going to see a much better defense we've seen in a long time out of the Todd Bowles scheme to where we'll get turnovers because these young guys are hungry. They're making plays, getting interceptions, getting turnovers.
Yep.
And people could talk about the Bills game. We all know it's preseason.
It's preseason, man.
It was a bunch of players that are not going to make the roster. Well, most of them.
Yeah, some of these guys are going to be bagging groceries. I feel like using that line from Major League.
No, it's true.
All right. Well, the guy said, what was it? Willie Mays Hayes. Oh, the guy just hit a home run off a guy that's going to be bagging groceries. I mean, that's the.
No, you're right.
I love that movie.
Grocery baggers.
I love that movie. I love it. I mean, it's not fair because these guys are not going to be bagging groceries. They're going to be. They're going to get an opportunity somewhere, or they're going to do other things, But it doesn't really mean. A lot of people get up in arms. Oh, we lost the priest. It doesn't mean anything. It's evaluation. It's about staying healthy. That's what it's all about at the end of it. All right, Jeremy, what else?
I will say I'm excited for college football weekend. I'm rooting for USF against Boise State. That's a good appetizer. Thursday, late afternoon. Excuse me. And then you got Saturday with all these big matchups. And my Gators, they got Long Island. I'll be looking forward to tuning in, watching how they look.
The Gators got who? Long Island?
Yeah, Long Island something. Some random college. That's how.
What the hell? What the hell kind of a beginning is that? What was that, Cupcake?
Well, it's a start, bro. They got to get motivated. They got a very tough schedule, okay? Because after they play USF, they got to go to, I believe, Miami. Then they go to LSU.
Yeah.
They got Texas at home. Then they got Mississippi State, which is a cupcake game to me. No disrespect to Mississippi State. I mean, they got a tough schedule. Of course, Georgia's always going to be rivalry. You never know how that's going to go. The Gators got a tough schedule. So in the meantime, I'm at least going to enjoy this weekend watching these other games, all these other big matchups. And watch my Gators, hopefully take care of business. Should be able to handle this team, Long Island. But and then next week, when it comes to Florida USF, I root for USF. I'm a Gator first.
Mm-hmm. It's going to be a tough game for USF to go up there to Gainesville and take care of business. But it's going to be tall order the first 3 games. Boise State, Florida, and then Miami. Oof.
No, I mean, rough. If they can at least get a win over Boise State I think it's a strong possibility because the first game, you never know anything goes, especially with Boise State retooling the roster. We don't know how good they're really going to be from last year.
Right.
So that could be a possibility, home field advantage for the Bulls. Going to Gainesville is a tough commodity. It's one of the toughest stadiums to go play in. But last time USF went up there, they gave Florida a hell of a game. So you never know. Even though I'm going to be with my Gators. But anyway, we could talk. I could talk on that about college sports. But I'm excited for football season. I got 5 fantasy drafts this weekend, going to Labor Day weekend, so it's going to be a fun time. I don't know if you play fantasy football or not, Peter, but
I try, my friend. I definitely try. All right, Jeremy, I appreciate the call as always. Use the second one if you want to, but good luck on your fantasy football drafts. We do care about your fantasy football drafts on this show, so let me know how you do, all right?
No, I will, Peter. Take care, man.
All right, man. Appreciate you as always. Does a great job with his own podcast, The Buccaneers. This guy's been calling in, so we'll go ahead and go out to him. I don't know who this is. I think is it somebody that called or nobody that's called here? Let's go out to this guy, and then we'll go out to Eric Moreno because we call our callers back. I don't want you guys to just continue to call and leave messages. I want to – what's your name? Where you calling from?
This is Ian again.
Ian.
Using my second call.
Use your second call, my friend. What's on your mind?
I just wanted to talk about the culture of the Bucs and just say that, do you think other teams around the league have the same atmosphere that we do?
I do not.
I don't.
I do not. Ian, stand by for a moment. Stand by. Let me put you on hold here. Stand by. I'll get back to the moment. Eric, stay online here. Stay on hold. I'll get back to you in a moment. We're going to finish up with Ian, and then we'll get out to you, my friend. All right? Hang in there.
All right.
I got this now. I know how to do this. So let's get back to Ian. Listen, I think there's a reason why they signed Todd Bowles to an extension and Jason Light to an extension. And it goes back to this. And what you hear is the Glazers, they love the culture. It's not just about playoff wins. It plays a factor in it. Like you got to get more than one playoff win if you're Todd Bowles winning the NFC South. But it comes back to culture, the culture that you're developing. They've been able to develop that. So I think it's a huge part of why Tampa Bay has been so successful.
Think about the fan aspect.
Right.
As us being fans, like I'm okay with, you're not going to win the Super Bowl every year. So I'm okay with a team that's going to consistently make the playoffs where it's no shenanigans. You know, you're going to watch good football every Sunday.
Yep.
Because I'm a fan.
Right.
You know?
Right.
And that's what I want to see. Of course, at least if you get into the dance, you have a chance.
Right.
You know, so
that's it. Well, you got to get in. Again, I think that's the reason why the Glazers re-signed Jason Light and re-signed Todd Bowles. It's not just, the wins and losses. Of course, it plays a big part of it because it's a production league, but it's also the culture you build. It's the character. It's the I am man. You'll watch the In the Current. If you watch the In the Current, Tampa Bay Buccaneers, you guys, the media department over there, social media, you guys do a bang up job. It's amazing.
They are crushing it.
And even you hear them talking still about Tom Brady, the expectations. Everybody says, well, Tom Brady's gone. He's not a part of this organization. No, he is still a part of this organization, and still the scouts and the people that are in charge, they still refer to Tom. Tom Brady would have wanted this. That's the Tom Brady effect. But it is that culture. It is the I am man, personality and the guys that you're getting and doing the interviews. And if you're a Bucs fan, watch the In the Current series there, especially the draft and how they put the players through it and how they're asking questions. And you can see that there's a reason why they drafted these particular players in the first place. They have the great character behind them. Todd Bowles, of course, he knew Benjamin Morrison's father. They focused on that. You focus on Ibuka. All the scouts, they were raving about how great he was, not only because of his character, but how he could run routes, and that all they had the similar grades. Like he could be Chris Godwin. You're comparing Ibuka to one of the best and most professional wide receivers in Bucs history, and Chris Godwin. Say whatever you want to about the injury situation.
I love Godwin. He's number 2 in everything for Bucs receiver.
Right.
So he's number 2 in everything.
You get a guy like Ibuka, a player like Ibuka, that's in comparison with a Chris Godwin, you to that podium, and that's exactly what the Bucs did. So absolutely
and I
agree
even
with
think
you.
He could be like an Anquan Bolden. I think Ibuka's tough. His legs are really big. That dude, he's gonna be he's going to be a handful in the NFL, and I think so because he's gonna have a better quarterback in Baker, who's just a gunslinger, who's going to be, Ibuka's going to get targets. I think Ibuka has a shot at being Rookie of the Year. I don't want to say that, knock on wood, because I can jinx shit.
Well, you ain't jinxing anything, because I think a lot of people around the league, a lot of people on this show have said that, and he's got the great opportunity, right? I mean, he kind of related to Mike Evans coming in 2014, right? Who do you have on the other side? Vincent Jackson, true professional. What's the reason? Well, why did I mention that? Because Vincent Jackson had an impact. The late, great Vincent Jackson had a great impact on Mike Evans to show him how to be a professional. Mike Evans can do the same thing with Ibuka. Ibuka's talked about Chris Godwin, how much of a professional he is. So I think the sky is the limit for this kid. He's going to get every opportunity, most likely being the number 2 wide receiver. They're going to depend on him, and that's the reason why you draft him in the first place, because of the situation that happened last year with all the injuries they had.
Yes, and now it's proven to be a success, because even already we haven't played a regular season game, but it's still a success because you got the injury with Godwin that's still lingering. He's coming back.
Yep.
And you got McMillan gone now. So now it makes perfect sense. Like people were like, right away it was kind of like, why didn't we take what was it, Jihad Campbell? That was the initial thought.
They didn't like the character. They didn't like the character of the guy. They didn't like the injury situation.
I agree with
that. Right. I mean, it makes lots of sense. Ian, 2 great calls. Don't be a stranger. Monday.
I have one more thing to say to you.
Yes.
One more thing before you get off.
Go for it, my friend.
Do you not think that the Levante David and Mike Evans on both sides of the ball, they're both going to be wearing gold jackets one day?
I have no doubts. And
they're both Hall of Famers.
Yes.
That has a big impact on the culture. So everyone that's coming in underneath them sees, hey, this is how this guy's doing it. I need to at least model my image after them in order to have a good career.
Yeah.
Or be, so I think that's a big inspiration, and it's a great aspect of our team. But yeah, sorry for taking up so much time.
Bro,
man.
you didn't take up much. Great calls, great content tonight. Don't be a stranger. Keep on calling on Monday and Wednesday nights before and after Bucs games. And like I said, I know you're in Biloxi, Mississippi, right?
Yeah, I work at a casino. We're out here having fun. I mean, just saving money. Got lots of kids, but
Listen, man, we got you covered here when it comes to Bucs content. And you're exactly right. Levante David, definitely believe he's a Hall of Famer, very underrated. Mike Evans, for me, once he surpasses Jerry Rice, he is a first ballot Hall of Famer. And you're exactly right. You go back to Bucs yesteryear, right? Back into the time machine. What was the difference? When players came here, Simeon Rice talked about it. You have players like Derek Brooks, you have players like John Lynch and Rondé Barber, and of course Warren Sapp.
Yeah.
And there were Hall of Famers, and they were leaders of that team. And that's what you talk about with Levante David a couple months ago. This team, this organization has become a place where players want to go instead of an afterthought. I definitely think it's a major part of why, and they're going to hold these players to that same aspect, that same standard that I'm looking for. They're going to hold that.
I love that in our team, and I'm in enemy territory out here. They're all Saints fans out here, so they hate me. If I wear my hat or my jersey, don't let me wear a Mike Evans jersey, or they'll just shun me.
Well, all you got to say is when they say anything about you being a Bucs fan, just take them back to 2021 divisional round where Mike Evans roasted and toasted Lattimore there with that touchdown.
Oh, yeah.
And Tom Brady and the Bucs defense retired Drew Brees. Do that for me. All right, my friend?
You just made my night, brother. Thank you so much.
Brother, that's what we do here. We make dreams come true. Teamwork makes the dream work. Ian, thanks a lot for the call. We appreciate you, boss. All right?
Have a good night, man. I'll be in touch.
All right. Sounds good right there. Another webhead add to it. Let's go out to Mr. Moreno. How do we start off this show, Moreno?
Bring the passion, bring the excitement. Just don't bring any nonsense.
Bro, you got to do a little bit better than that. Come on, bring it like it's 13 days.
Bring the passion, bring the excitement. Just don't bring any nonsense.
There you go. That's my hammer right there. All right, go ahead, Eric.
Are you surprised the Bucs released Bryce Hall? I thought he had a really good camp.
I was kind of surprised by it, but then again, this team has lots of young talent. Maybe they bring him back on the practice squad, but it certainly seems like they're pretty happy with what they have in Parrish, and of course Morrison and
Izzian.
Yeah,
they can play outside, inside.
And Vildor, absolutely. Vildor is definitely shown out, and he's had the opportunity to do that. So I think they're happy with what they have, and I'm really not surprised to think about it. It's a good problem to have, right? I mean, it's a good problem. You're getting rid of a talented player who's coming off an injury, but you feel like you got enough talent in that room, which you struggled at last year, and now you feel like, so it's a good problem to have. So I'm not surprised by it. No.
Yeah, and let's go off topic a little bit. Junior Cameron. How about Junior Caminero?
Oh, is he a monster or what?
Oh man. I thought they brought in Austin Hedges. I guess he's a reliever now.
Mm-hmm.
Or maybe it was 8-0, and I thought, man, he hit a double, like 112. I'm like, man, he's gonna hit another home run. I'm like, man, he got a double, and he almost overslid the bag.
He is a freak. He is 21, 22 years old. I mean, you may be looking at the equivalent. And I'm just throwing it out there, right? Miguel Cabrera. You may be looking at Mike Stanton. You may be looking at Andrew Jones with the think about this now. Think about the company, A-Rod, before he roided up, how he was a talented player, multifaceted, could hit home runs and steal bases, and he was exciting. You're looking at that. You want to know a reason besides new ownership to go out and support the Tampa Bay Rays. Junior,
Carson Williams,
Williams,
Arondiska. I don't know if they're going to bring Aronda back this year.
Two words: Junior Caminero. That could be the star, the face, superstar in baseball.
Carson Williams. I know he's had like a 38% strikeout rate, and it's only 10 at bats, but he's only struck out twice.
Well, that's a good thing. That's a good thing. Now, can he play defense consistently? Because we know the Rays love that defensive aspect when it comes to infielders.
And then, you got Kim, he's been hurt, so maybe I think he's got a $14 million option next year. So he's got to opt out.
Yeah.
Then you got Taylor Wallace, he's more of a defender, but he's a switch hitter.
Yeah. He's not much of a hitter, probably a backup guy more than anything else, but give him credit. He improved a little bit this year when it came to offense. Finally.
You got Trey Jones. What's his name? Trey Morgan down in the minors, and you got, Braden Taylor is a third baseman they drafted last year, the year before.
Yeah, they've got some talent down there. And, of course, they got Bob Seymour. We'll see how that all plays out. So they got some talent. The future could be bright. It's always about the future with the Rays. But you just feel like, next year, maybe they turn that corner. Maybe you start to go out there and spend money with, this ownership. You maybe get a veteran. A veteran is so important. Like, you remember the 08 team? Name some veterans on that team.
Evan Longoria, Bartlett.
Well, no. Bartlett's good. Evan Longoria was a rookie.
Pena.
You had also, if you remember, you had Cliff Floyd.
Yeah.
All right. A lot of people forget about him. He was major. He was a major part of that team, right?
Yeah.
So
Dan Johnson.
Well, Dan Johnson, his batting average was terrible, but yes, his heroics in that game versus the Yankees a couple years after that was phenomenal. He did have some heroics that year versus the Red Sox, I believe, or was it the 2011?
Yeah. I think you're right.
Well, it's getting late, my friend. But yeah, Dan Johnson had some heroics for that team. Not necessarily the batting average, but yes.
Now, I was like, okay, he's going to hit 40 home runs. Can he get to 45?
Yeah, has an opportunity. Definitely has an opportunity to get to 45 at this point.
Some guy is throwing from Plant City tomorrow named Messick. He's from Plant City. So, I think if they can – Seattle's got the Padres tonight. So, if, somehow they can get swept by the Padres and us sweep
So you're not giving up here. You're not giving up on the Tampa Bay Rays.
You get the national – I mean, I think, if you get – you're going to have to – you think 87 and 75 is enough wins for the – I mean, you're going to have to go like 26-7 or something like that, or 24-7.
It's entirely possible. You never rule it out, right? But I don't know if this team can put it together, but who knows? You don't rule out
Cubs
this
again.
Team. Yeah.
You got the Jays again. I mean, we're 5-2 against the Jays this year, and then we got the Red Sox again. So,
yeah, the Jays are hot. Yeah.
If you can leapfrog 3 teams and then, you play Seattle. So I think we play Seattle in about 2 weeks. They can be maybe 3-4 back and, get some payback and,
If you get into the postseason, you never know. Do you think this team has enough talent to do anything besides the first round? I'm not sure. But can they make the postseason? It'll be tough, Eric.
with Chandler Simpson and Brandon Lau, with no McClanahan, Rasmussen,
Yeah.
Are you worried? You think McClanahan will ever throw again for the Rays?
I'm not sure if he will. I think that's a disappointing aspect, right? You assume, at the beginning of the year, that he was going to come in and be your ace, and then he's not able, and he hasn't thrown in 2 years. And it's a sad story because here's a young kid, USF, one of the top pitchers in all Major League Baseball on the All-Star game. And it just shows you have an arm injury, and then you have another arm injury, and then boom, you're out for 2 years. So I don't know if he's ever going to return to what he was. And maybe the Rays consider, to keep him, to get the most out of him. Maybe you put him in the bullpen. Maybe he is a high leverage guy. Maybe he is a closer because he still does have that stuff. We'll see. But yeah, it's entirely, I think it's tough to tell right now, if I'm being honest with you. And I think it's a shame because McClanahan, that was one of the aspects I said, look at the rotation. Rotation's good, 1 through 5, and it didn't necessarily work out, right? Taj Bradley, inconsistent, traded off, not the pitcher we thought he was going to be from last year, regressed, didn't progress. And then McClanahan with the injury and the injuries have definitely taken their toll, but the Rays are still in it. You're not giving up on it. Anything else? Yes.
One more, the Bucs are home in, about 3.5, 4 weeks. And the playoff game, my dad was still here, and he's just going to be a surreal moment,
Listen, man, I give you advice all the time, bro. This is not just about, calling the sports web. I appreciate you, man. I really do appreciate your contributions. Hang in there. I know how you feel. I lost my father. It's tough every year to do this show. You have to think about this. Like my dad got me into football when I was 8 years old. And I always tell people, I'm not talking to just you. I'm talking to my father a lot of the time. So it gets easier. I not only lost my father, but I lost my co-host of this show. But those things, you know what you have to think about? You have to think about that they're in a better place. And I know that's easy to say, and we're selfish as human beings, right? So we want somebody to be here all the time, but that's just not how life is. So it gets better. Keep on doing what you're doing, watching the sports web. Keep your head up, man. Pray. I know your father's proud of you. I'm glad that you called the show, bro.
I'm trying, Peter.
Bro, hang in there. We got you, all right? Just hang in there. All right.
Thank you, Peter.
How do we end out the show? Come on.
Bring the passion. Bring the excitement. Just don't bring any nonsense. Peter's a go. Stay tuned to this sports web. Go Bucs. 11-6 Super Bowl champions here. Let's go.
I love it, man. Love it, man. Good stuff there. He killed it. Let me go ahead and go out to this.
Wait up, little boy. Wait up. It's exciting.
Yes.
How about them Bucs, baby?
Yes. All right. So we had lots of calls tonight. I know I've been neglecting your webhead, so let's go ahead and read the comments here. Let's get out to Instagram Live, and then we'll get right back to Facebook and YouTube. Promise. Mr. Smooth Operator says Jameis was a real dog with no line. That's fair. They didn't have a right tackle at the time, but they did have the pieces around him. They gave him every opportunity. Tom Brady had to beef up the front line. Don't do that now. They did draft Tristan Wirfs. Jameis worked with what he had. Alex, really quick. This is your third call, my friend. Give me something quick because I got to go out to the comments here. Go ahead.
Listen, I just want to say this. Keep up the good work. For everyone out there struggling with something, whatever it may be, keep your spirits up. Keep your hopes high. Come here to the sports web. Have a great time. Great way to get the bad things in life, whatever your work day may be, whatever life may be. If you need a brother to talk to, come to the sports web. We all get together. We help people. I don't care if it's your health, if it's your life, it's your finances, your relationship. We are here because we love each other in the community, and that's what I like about the sports web. So, Peter, keep up the great work. Great show, great comments, great callers.
Thank you.
We are going places in the sports web, and I just want to say that I am proud of everything that you are doing, my friend.
Brother, I appreciate you. You're definitely one of my favorite webheads on this show. I appreciate your energy as always calling this show, and you're exactly right. That's what the sports web is all about, taking your mind off of what's going on, whether it's bills, whether it's personal problems, personal loss. I do the best that I can to talk Bucs football with you. And whenever you need a shoulder to talk to, I'm here for you. I really mean that. I really mean that. I love every one of you guys that support this show and call this show and actually, take the time out of your day and out of your night, whatever you're going through, to call this show. I mean that. All right. I do. Because again, I always talk about it, right? So you do this show, before you've done what you want to do, you feel like you're by yourself and you're struggling and you're trying to build this fan base. So I really mean this. I appreciate every caller, every text message. That's why I read every message, whether you give me a YouTube super chat, whether you give me a Facebook star, I appreciate it because I want you to come back. And that was the big thing with talking to my father about this show, who was a big time. He was a founding father of it, with Sean the Sports Don. God bless you, Sean the Sports Don. His birthday just passed. We missed it. We'll talk about Sean the Sports Don. He was a forefather of it, and he loved getting out there with the fans. That's why we're going to do the tailgate for What the Buck. That's why we're going out there, and we try to get Bucs fans on, and we talk to the Tampa Bay sports fan. We love you guys. And we know that this is the lifeblood of what the sports web is all about, no matter what. All right, let's go out to Instagram Live once again, Mr. Ed. So I seen this coming. Didn't seem like the Bucs were interested in him. I seen this coming. Thank you very much for everybody watching on Instagram Live. We'll get back to these comments unless we got another call. Where do we start? Okay, let's go out to Christopher Cole. Evening, everyone. Browns trade Pickett to the Raiders, and they wanted Teddy first. Sun Devil Dave, breaking news. Okay, we read that. Awesome shirt, Peter. Thank you very much. Appreciate you. Yeah. Misador, I know you're a big-time Kyle Trask fan. Not Kyle. Oh, there's no joy in Mudville. Christopher Cole, Dave, how about the Cubs? Sun Devil Dave, Cubs sweep Angels. Tucker got his stroke back. Happens in baseball. Leaps and peaks and valleys, if you will. Ebbs and flows. How many players can go on the IR be designated for return? I don't remember the rule. I think it's 2 players. That's the reason why the Bucs are keeping the IR open. Yes, sir. Chuck, thank you very much for tuning in on YouTube. Happy to see him go. I was getting real tired of Gator fans and their lies. No more Gators. Christopher Cole, like, comment, and share the show. Always like, comment, share the show. If you guys don't know, tell your friends about it. There is a Bucs show. That is commercial free, by the way. What we do actually have a sponsorship. We'll go out to that really quick, and then we'll get back to the comments. It's Up the Block Barbershop. You don't have to go far. It's Up the Block Barbershop there, 4946 Moog Road in Holiday, Florida. Tell them the Rolex reporter Peter Blake sent you. Go see my favorite barber, Ricky, along with all the other barbers, whether it's a haircut, a fade, a beard trim. I got to look right, guys. I got to look right when I'm on the camera, especially with all this showtime when it comes to USF football and, of course, Tampa Bay Buccaneer football. It's Up the Block Barbershop. Once again, tell them Peter Blake, the Rolex reporter, sent you. All right. Wow. And I guess we're going to go out to this call here. We'll get back to the comments in just a moment. What's your name? Where you calling from? You're on the Evolution.
Hey, this is Corey from Tampa, Florida.
Corey, what's going on, buddy? What do you think of all the events that have happened with this Tampa Bay Buccaneer team, huh?
We talk about the cuts. Yeah, man. I mean, some cuts was well-deserved. Some cuts was needed.
Well,
and, some cuts was probably due to injury or, needing to fill a void or whatever. But, they got to get it down to 53, so it is what it is, man.
They got to get it down to 53 by 4 o'clock tomorrow. What do you think about Kyle Trask being cut? Were you a Kyle Trask fan or you're not?
No, not a fan. It was well overdue, You don't spend a second-round draft pick for a career backup. You had time to learn behind the greater. You had time to learn behind the GOAT. And to me, he just couldn't throw outside the hazmat. He just ain't had the arm to me. It was just everything inside, short route, mesh, something like that. He just ain't had the arm talent to me. That's me personally, Okay. I know some Gator fans out there that love him. So.
Well, you're a Gator fan or you're a Florida State fan?
I'm a Florida State fan. We going through our own problems, but, Kyle Trask got his own problems too. So.
Listen, man. Did you have the same energy for him as you had for Jameis Winston? That's the next question.
Jameis could ball, man. Jameis just throw too many interceptions. That's what Jameis' problem is.
Right.
You can't deny he can't throw the ball. He threw for like 5,000 yards and what 30-something touchdowns. I think he's still on the Bucs record in passing yards, right?
I don't know if that's true. He may have that.
Yeah. He threw for 5,000 yards.
5,000 yards, 33 touchdowns, and 30 touchdowns. Which, by the way, Deion Jones caught that 30th interception. Who is now on this team? Looks like he made this team. We'll see.
Yeah. That was James' problem. The interception was James' problem, but he can spin that ball. But it's all good. The Gator fans will be all right. It had to be done. Who would you rather go to war with, him or Teddy?
Listen, you're talking to you're preaching to the choir here, my friend. I've said it from here on out. Ever since they decided to go with Teddy Bridgewater, they had a problem with Kyle Trask. They didn't have the confidence. I've said this over and over again. Continue to say it. If Kyle Trask is your future quarterback, you move on from Tom Brady. If Kyle Trask is your future quarterback, you're able to beat Blaine Gabbert out. If Kyle Trask is your quarterback, he's able to beat Baker Mayfield out. Guess what? He's 0 for 3. He's able to not do any of that.
Yes, sir. And it's a big thing because we here in Florida, and you got the big 3 here in Florida. So
yeah, well, listen, I'm a Florida State fan, but if Kyle Trask is your starting quarterback for the Bucs and he gives you the best chance to win, I don't care. I've seen Eric Rett here. I've seen Riedel Anthony have success. Jacquez Green have success. Kevin Carter, who are Gators on this team. There's plenty of Gators that I can think of right now. I can't think of at the top of my head. Ike Hillard was on this team. I rooted for him. If they gave the Bucs the best chance to win, so be it. Even Vernon Hargraves. We're all rooting for Vernon Hargraves. Of course, it didn't necessarily work out because he wasn't interested in being on the team. But you're a Buccaneer.
So let me ask you this: do you think that year we could have picked something better with that second round pick that probably could have got us over the hump to make another Super Bowl?
I don't know, man. I think you're limited at that spot, and I don't necessarily think it was just a Jason Line pick. I think it was also a BA pick. I don't know. Hindsight is 2020. You could look back at it. I have to do some more research, but at that point, you won the Super Bowl. You're feeling good about yourself. You have Tom Brady coming into his second year. You're stacked at all those depth positions. You draft.
You brought everybody back.
Yeah. You brought everybody back. You remember that? Everybody's like, oh my God, the sky's falling. They're not going to be able to bring everybody back. And Jason Line and the organization, the Glazers, they make that investment to do that. So I think you're feeling pretty good at that point. Sure. Can you always add to it? Of course you can. But how many general managers swing and miss on picks over and over? We just talked about tonight, Pittsburgh Steelers. One of the biggest swing and misses of all time. You miss out on Dan Marino. Plenty of teams missed out on Dan Marino. Do you think they're killing their general manager? Right. Yeah. And what did they draft? They go with the guy. You want to go back in Bucs history? You go with Gaines Adams, right? John Gruden at the time supposedly wants Calvin Johnson. Well,
didn't he play in Tennessee? Gaines Adams.
Gaines Adams played at Clemson.
Oh, Clemson. Okay, yeah,
Clemson. And you never had good luck with Clemson pass rushers, by the way, because you got Gaines Adams, the late great Gaines Adams, which didn't work out, and of course DeQuan Bowers, which didn't necessarily work out at the time. But guess who you pass up on when you go with Gaines Adams? You pass up on most likely a future Hall of Famer in Adrian Peterson. Why? Because you had Cadillac Williams. So you don't always get it right. So it happens. It happens. It's the fun of the draft.
Yeah, they kind of upset about him and Shiloh, but I was at the game Saturday, man, and Shiloh blew a coverage, man. I don't know. It looked like he was in zone, like a cover 3 zone, but he gave up a big play. It looked like to a tight end on that play before, and I'm like, man, Shiloh gone, man.
He looked lost. He looked lost sometimes.
Yeah, but he played better in the box. He played good in the box. He'll come up and tackle, but you got to play that middle third too. You got to cover 2. You're a safety. You got to cover 2.
That's your cover 2. That's a cover. Right. You're in that Todd Bowles defense. He wants you to play multifaceted. He doesn't just want you to be a box safety. Maybe he's a linebacker. Maybe he's
right.
And if he's saying he's a linebacker, is he fast enough to be a linebacker? Mark Barron situation. Remember, Mark Barron comes from Alabama, and he's not able to play that safety position, and then he goes to the Rams and he's a linebacker. Maybe it's a situation like that. But the problem is Shiloh is not a great tackler. He's trying to hit you. At least he's trying to
shoulder in everything. Yeah, he's trying to shoulder in.
Right. At least he's trying to put his helmet in there, unlike his father. Father couldn't tackle his father.
He trying to rock you though. He trying to rock you.
Well, the problem is you try to rock somebody instead of wrap and tackle. And then that's why you got broken tackles. So I think that definitely played into it. But who knows? Maybe Shiloh is brought back on the practice squad. I'm more.
Yeah, I like him. He got a good personality and everything. I like him for that. But,
Right. It doesn't win
man,
football
this
games.
NFL. This is NFL, man.
Right. Not for long, my friend. Not for long.
Yeah,
What else,
yeah.
Corey?
Yeah.
By the way, why are
that's
you being
pretty
a stranger? Why are you being a stranger? You and Alexander both strangers to the show. Well, you know you're welcome on this show anytime, right?
Oh no, man, I love it, man. It's just, I ain't had a Facebook no more, but I'm catching you on YouTube now.
All right. So, well, there you go. We need YouTube help there. We need all the YouTube help we can get.
Yeah, but I don't know pretty much. It looked like we ready to go, man. We ready to play these real ones that count, and I'm ready for it, man. You know what I'm saying? We got to go to play them Dirty Birds, and hopefully we'll get a dub, man. You know what I'm saying?
After last year getting swept, that's definitely a big game, my friend. You got to start out on the right foot. Again, it's not how you start, it's how you finish, but you got to get off to a good start. And I think you got a great opportunity versus the Atlanta Falcons with both of those tackles missing. What else, Corey?
Oh, both the tackles missing, the left and the right?
I believe so. Yes, that's what I've heard.
Wow,
Absolutely.
it's time to eat. It's time to eat.
That's what I'm saying.
Gotta go Bucs.
That's right. Go Bucs, my friend. Go Bucs.
Have a good one.
All right, brother. Appreciate you. Don't be a stranger right there. He said go Bucs.
Wait up, little boy. Wait up.
He said go Bucs. He said go Bucs.
How about them Bucs, baby?
He said go Bucs. All right, let's go ahead and read the comments unless we get any more phone calls. We're almost over. We are over 3 hours at this point. I don't want to wake my roommates up. So let's go ahead and read the rest of these comments. Well, I guess we got a phone call. What's your name? Where you calling from? You're on the Evolution.
What's going on? It's Ian again.
What's going on, Ian? How you doing, buddy?
I'm still watching the show, and I see you're still rolling, so I had to buzz in.
All right, your third call, man. You got to be quick because I got to read these comments. Go ahead.
Okay, I just want to say that why is it that the Falcons have so much hype around them right now, and I'm still not afraid of them? And, Saints always play us tough, not afraid of them. Bryce Young and them with Dave Canales, I'm still not afraid of them.
Yeah.
I mean, the Eagles are really the only team in the NFC, and the Lions lost their coordinator, so really not afraid of them right now, even though they're a rah-rah team. But I think losing their coordinator is going to have a bigger impact than people are expecting.
It's a good point, but I will say this. Remember the Philadelphia Eagles? They lost both of their coordinators. What happened? They won the Super Bowl. So we can talk about the coordinators losing coordinators, but they do still have the talent there. We'll see what Campbell can do. To answer your question about Atlanta, why is Atlanta so much favored, or the national media darling, if you will? Because you've got a young quarterback in Michael Penix who had success in college. They see the potential there. You got Drake London, an upcoming wide receiver. Kyle Pitts, a former number 1 pick from, of course, the Florida Gators. And
he's kind of, I don't know. Kyle Pitts has just never panned out.
He is not panned out. He is not. I've been on record to say I felt like they should have drafted Justin Fields in the first place instead of Kyle Pitts, but it is neither here nor there. And of course, they got Bijan Robinson. Did they improve their defense enough? We'll see. That was their Achilles heel last year. I remember the momentum from second half compared to the Bucs. They swept the Bucs, but they ended up losing the division. So of course, somebody was wrong last year. They're trying to be right this year. So maybe that's the reason why they're favoring the Atlanta Falcons. Going back to the Eagles, the last 7 meetings, the Bucs are 6-1. Todd Bowles is the daddy of the Philadelphia Eagles, whether they're Super Bowl champions or not. You got to love it. I mean, that's just the stats of it. That's the fact of the matter. So yeah, it could definitely be wide open. You got to play these games. Saints could be
I think the Vikings are a sleeper, and the Rams, if Stafford's playing, the Rams will be good.
Yep.
I think the Vikings, if McCarthy plays well, the Rams or the Vikings actually have a stacked roster. They have a stacked roster.
Well, the Vikings, it's going to be big with JJ McCarthy there. Can he assume the role? What's the rookie impact? He's never taken snaps in the NFL. CJ Stroud doesn't grow on trees. Quarterbacks that play well don't grow on trees as being rookies. That transition process is tough. So we'll see. They do have the best wide receiver most likely in the NFL besides Mike Evans. Sorry, Jefferson, much younger guy. Could be the best wide receiver there, but who's the other guy there? Did they have a top running back? We're just talking to my tag team partner of the world, Mr. Jason Powers on Sports Podcast. We talked about the NFC. I think the NFC is wide open. I think you're exactly right when it comes to Stafford, but a back injury is tricky especially with his age. If he doesn't play, then you've got Stetson Bennett and Jimmy Garoppolo. Is that enough to put the Rams over the top? We'll see. I think Arizona is a sleeping giant there with the momentum they had last year.
And I'm not afraid of that division either, or the East either, except for Philly, because Dallas, I'm just not afraid of them.
Nope.
The Giants, it's hard to be afraid of the Giants right now, and obviously they're up and coming, but I don't know.
All right.
I don't know. I feel like we should have won that game last year, and it was kind of a bad play call on Liam Cohen's hand, in his hands. It was Liam Cohen who called the play to run a reverse to a rookie in a playoff game.
Yep.
I mean, that was it was a bad play call from the get-go.
Agree.
I think so.
Completely agree. I think the offense wasn't as good as they wanted to be, and that's the reason why you drafted Ibuka and Tej Johnson and the offensive weapons you had this year. Good stuff, Ian. Don't be a stranger. We'll see you on Wednesday night, my friend. All right?
All right. See you, man.
Good stuff, man. Good stuff. Love good calls, good content. I'll take your phone calls if you're calling in and give me some good content. If you give me nonsense, I'll try not to hang up on you, but I won't give you as long as a leash as Jamel Dean may have or may not have with the Bucs. All right, we'll read the questions, comments, and then I will get off for the night. I think we're about to go 4 hours here. I don't know what's going on with my internet at this point. They call it going out swinging. We have a Super Bowl window. We don't have time for nonsense. Correct. Absolutely.
Oh, yeah.
Let's go out to Tony here, who called in before. Quarterback Connor Bazelak will be signed to the practice squad. Bucs believe they can work with him and coach him up. They like what they saw in him. I agree with you. They did cut him, but I think they do sign him to the practice squad. Christopher Cole, Bullock was better at special teams than Jackson, but Jackson probably will be a practice squad. Agree with that. That was a big reason why you keep Bullock in the first place. I was told the real interest for Bridgewater. Happy we locked him in for quarterback 2 over Trask. Agree.
Oh, yeah.
Let's go out to Risa here. JoJo White. They're talking about he has a shoulder injury. Laugh out loud. We didn't hear about this until a couple hours ago. Just admit Teddy is better. Yeah, again, preaching to the choir. I agree. Could have traded Trask. I'm not sure about that. I don't know how much value he has in the National Football League. What's up, Ben Parrish? What's up, guys? Another week down until some real football. Again, 13 days and counting. And after tonight, it'll be 12 days.
Oh, yeah.
Let's go out to Kivas, New Era 813 more. Kenny Pickett went for a 5th rounder. We could have pushed for a 4th. I don't know about that. Are they going to trade Trey Palmer since Tez is more elite? That's possible. That's been talked about. Chuck says we couldn't have traded Trask because of the injury. Boom, right there. Roger Shue, Raj Jackson needs to go to prison. Thank you very much. We'll talk about that on Wednesday night.
Acknowledge me.
Thank you, Tribal Troll. What injury played the last game? Kenny Pickett more injured than Trask. David Moser, what position do you think? We already answered that question. Good stuff, David. Thank you very much for tuning in. JC, do they keep 4 running backs? We talked about that. He does think that will happen. I would have took something of value for a 2nd-round pick. Ben, Shepard proved to us last year when guys were injured, he always came through clutch on 3rd downs. Good point. Sitton, how good do you think the defense is going to be this year? Very good, very improved, especially with Reddick. Again, pass rush, it's all predicated on the pass rush. It makes your back end that much better. Practice squad sounds good for right, though. Greek, Bo Turner, thanks a lot for tuning in. David, Williams is going to be better than Tucker. I've been trying to tell you all. Mike, cutting Desmond Watson's another bonehead decision. Not ready to say that. Kid couldn't get in shape. That's the reason why the Bucs moved on. Good evening, gentlemen. Good evening to you.
Oh, yeah.
Bullock made the 53 over Nick Jackson. Yes, he did. Gerald, Rashad White's going to get traded. We'll see. Williams is a nice addition. Bo Turner, Harry the Greek. Thank you very much for tuning in. Sitting, top 5. Ben, Kenny Pickett traded to the Raiders. Talked about it. Wilbur, Michael Bryant. Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Let's go out to Kivas Moore. Yeah, they could have transferred a 5th rounder, maybe a 4th. Maybe. Shepard isn't going anywhere. Agree. Shepard or Palmer. Shepard. Hey, Peter H. Blake, go Bucs. Go Bucs. Raina, thank you very much for that.
Wait up, little boy. Wait up.
Thank you.
It's exciting.
Thank you.
How about them Bucs, baby?
Thank you. All right, Gerald here. That's because he was hurt the first year with Baker. He's learning the chemistry with Baker. Christopher Cole. I agree with Harry. Great point, Harry, says Roger Shue, part of the Greekites, I guess. Gerald says Ryan Miller was solid. His mom sat by us on Saturday, talked about proud mama. That's always a great thing.
Yes!
Right?
Yes!
Let's go out to Kivas here. Thanks a lot for tuning in here on YouTube. Green is a wild card to make the practice squad. Absolutely is. I definitely think he's a developmental prospect. Being a quarterback, has the juice, can play special teams. You saw that. I think there's something there. Williams isn't going anywhere. Christopher Cole. Plus, Shep is a vested veteran. Can't be claimed by any team. He could still be on the practice squad. Tim. Emeka Ibuka, E squared. Like it.
Ooh, yeah.
Let's go out to Reina. Nice shirt. Thank you very much. Once again, Travis Mezzaroli. I think I got his name right. I'll get him on the show here. Get his name right. What's going on with Michael Pratt? He was released. Back injury. It was disappointing because the Bucs wanted to see something out of him. It wasn't available. That's the reason why they cut him. Here, they sell your shirt, hats on Amazon. They say, make America Greek again. Don't know about that. Basilic. Yes, it is Basilic. Thank you. I love this show. Thank you very much. Would love you tuning in.
Yes!
Thank you. Yes, it's Sour Todd too. Gerald says his dad couldn't keep his composure in Atlanta either. That's true. Very true. And that comes back to haunt you. But you're able to put up with Deion Sanders being prime time and not being able to keep your composure because he's so talented. You're not able to put up with that with a kid who's not. Raise up 7-0 over the Guardians. Thanks for the update before. Wilbur says, stupid moves always seem to come back to bite the Bucs hard. Should have kept Trask. He knows all the plays. For God's sakes, he was trained by the GOAT. I'm not ready to sit here and say he's the next quarterback to win a Super Bowl, but have there been quarterbacks in the past that have done it? Absolutely. There have been. I don't necessarily think Trask is one. Maybe I'm wrong. Who knows? Why do people just look for stuff to complain about? Light is one of the best drafting GMs in the league. That is a great comment.
Yes!
And yes, they do look for absolutely Christopher Cole. Trask pick could have been Amon Ross St. Brown. That's a good point. That's a very good point. Thank you for that. Raise up 5-0 in the seventh inning. I believe they already won. Sick back pedal, bro. Absolutely. I believe that's Eric's call. Get him, Peter. Thank you very much. I will. In Light we trust. Only mistake Light made was Roberto Aguayo. Look, he's had his fair share of mistakes. But yeah, what I like about Jason Light is he's willing to come out and admit to them and saying this guy wouldn't have been on my draft board. This guy wouldn't have been on my draft board because he didn't want to be a Buck and because of his attitude. I love that. Hindsight is always 20/20. Good stuff, David. We have the best wide receiver room in the league. What's your point? Christopher Cole, remember the entire 21 draft class wasn't good, nor just the Bucs draft. Greek, Wilbur, Caminero, 2 home runs tonight so far. Amazing.
Ooh, yeah.
Gerald, again, Jason will talk about it. He's told me point blank it was a mistake. Just ask him. He will tell you why. Roberto was a bust. At the time, you think about it, when Roberto was coming out of Florida State, again, not to hide my bias. I do have some bias, but he was the most accurate kicker at Florida State. And you think, okay, we're going to make that pick in the 3rd round, and he's going to come in and he's going to solve the field goal problem, and he didn't. He was a bust. No, Jason Light's worst draft pick was Noah Spence or Vernon Hargreaves. Noah that's not fair. Like, Noah hurt his shoulder, and he was never the same. Now, Vernon Hargreaves, what you learn, didn't want to tackle, didn't want to be here, didn't want to give the effort. That's from Jason Light. So, yes, that was not a good pick. Caminero, 2 dingers tonight. Sean, 39 for Caminero now. Amazing stuff, guys.
Yes! Yes!
Let's go out to Chuck. Jason Light is my goddamn hero. Just needs to stop getting caught drafting those Gator busts. No more Gators. Good stuff. Change here his name to Harry the Greek God. Thank you. Such a stud, says Sean Murphy. Mark Dominic was the worst to me. Yeah, he was right up there with a bad general manager. Agree with that. Some of the picks he had didn't work out. Jason is the best there. I love his aggressive approach. Agree with you, Risa. Rays are kicking Cleveland butts tonight. That's always a good thing. It wouldn't let me send more, or I would have. So thank you very much for that. I mean, it's not like Jason Light helped with the Super Bowl or anything. Yeah, good point there, Sun Devil Dave. He only did help with the Super Bowl. All right, this is the breaks. Speaking of depends, how about them garbage-ass Falcons? Yeah, how about them, huh?
That's great enough to suck right there.
Yeah, Yandy went deep also. 22 dingers for him. I believe that's a high for Yandy Diaz. Yes, absolutely. Let's go out to Gerald here. Hey, this is Bucs Talk. Laugh out loud. Search how many 2021 first-round picks are still playing for their original teams. Good point. Gerald is laughing. Mike D. Roche. Hello, Peter and Greek. Hello, Mr. Hey, Canada. Hopefully you're doing well.
Yes!
Let's go out to the breaks. Who? Sun Devil Dave with the $2 super chat. Appreciate that. David says, and don't forget, Jason Light did bring in Mr. Tree Humper, Chris Baker, and also Deshaun Jackson. So again, not a perfect general manager. He's been able to admit those mistakes, but overall, the majority of the picks that he's had to build this organization and where they are right now, they are in a much better place than what they were before he got here. They are. Definitely. All right. Pops, you need some Bucks? Absolutely, he does. Laugh out loud. WTF. Rays 8-0 over the Guardians. Junior getting Rookie of the Year. Definitely well-deserved. I can never quit the sports web, whether we agree or not. Best show on the web. Appreciate that, Dave, as always. Wilbur says, nice to meet you, Evan. David says, but Jason's best pick was his very first one. Of course, who was that, guys? Mr. Mike Evans, most likely a future Hall of Famer. Let's go out to Mike D. Roche. Bottom of the 7th, 8-0 Rays over the Guardians. Lots of Rays talk tonight. You guys are not giving up. I love it. Best pick by Light was Evans. He could have taken Adams, and it looks like Evans is going to be a Hall of Famer. Adams was not. They could also take an Aaron Donald at the time, which was the rumor going around that Lovey was going to take Aaron Donald because he was that defensive tackle, which most likely Aaron Donald would also be a Hall of Famer. But think about the impact of not having that wide receiver at the time. There was an invisible ladder on the field in the end zone. Carl says, great 7th round pick. Dave, I took Baker and Bucky for fantasy this year. There you go. Excuse my cough there, as we're almost 3 hours and 45 minutes. I'm going to wrap this up once I read all these comments, I promise. Evans, Marpet, Wirfs, Vea, Dean, Smith, Davis, White. I think those picks make up for your 2021 class. Also, many analysts give the Bucs 2025 class an A+. Good stuff.
Oh, yeah!
Joshua Dietz, my fantasy teams never work because I load them with Bucs, then bye week, I'm doomed. Well, hopefully it works out for you, my friend. Hopefully some of those Bucs fantasy football players work out. And on this show, we do care about your fantasy football team. I do care about your fantasy football draft. Please tell me. I hate when sports talk says, I don't care about your fantasy football draft. No, I do care about your fantasy football draft because I'm a football guy all year around, 24/7, 365, including holidays, Thanksgiving and Christmas if you want it. Will Mike Evans hit another 1,000-yard season this year? Unequivocally, yes.
Oh, yeah.
Unequivocally, yes.
Yes!
Yes.
Yes! Yes! Yes!
Even Daniel Bryan agrees with that. What about Nick Jackson waving? I just think Bullock played better special teams. Nick Jackson performed well, but they saw more upside with Bullock. What about, okay, so thank you very much. Harry needs his own sound effect. I agree. Peter and Harry would think the Bucs are going to try to add depth at linebacker pass rushing edge. They may, but I, again, think they're happy with what they have. You just never know who gets cut. Again, I'm going to use this word, fluidity. Leo word. I love that word. This roster is always fluid, right? So somebody gets cut, maybe you go out there and pick them up. Harry loves sound effects. I know he does. That's why I play him. Watson isn't coming back. He's not going to be able to make the weight. Joshua was looking forward to seeing him lined up with Vea. I was too. Vince Wilfork as a big man, absolutely, but could move. Was in good shape. He was a big hoss. He worked in that defense. Obviously, Watson didn't work with this Bucs defense. Mike D. Roche, Wilfork was built different that he was out of the University of Miami. Joshua says, Tez for sure at 3. Shepard is washed. Have to see what you have in Tez. Okay. Shepard does drop a lot of balls. 26 on YouTube. Yes, thank you very much. To my beautiful mother, I believe still watching. Thank you very much. Watching the best sports talk show in the Tampa Bay area, the Sports Web. Harry, what's going on? Talking Shiloh Sanders on our team. He hit him first. That he did. But it's never the first person that gets caught, Mom. It's always the second one. So there you go. I still think Bake has a special connection with Shepard. I agree with that. Dave really thought the Bucs would have picked up a vet wide receiver after preseason, but Cooper went back to the Raiders. That he did.
Oh, yeah!
Let's go out to Alexander, another wasted draft pick of Jason Light. Christopher Cole. Miller is the third wide receiver. Wow. Before we complain about it, let's just see what happens, says Scott Broadway. Thank you very much for tuning in, Broadway. Woo! We'll give you the Ric Flair. We'll do something different there. PB and the Greek listening from Hanford, California. Die-hard Bucs fan. Love that. Biloxi, Mississippi, California, Texas, Carolina, all over the place. You got to love that. Bucs Nation is all around the United States. And is international too. Baker was already a vet. Agree. Ben, thank you, Trask, but I like Teddy more if I had to play. Agree. That's not factual. Trask wasn't as bad as you guys made him out to be. Trevor says no. Scott, I am a Gator fan. I like Trask, but I trust the process. I think that is a good comment.
Oh, yeah.
Very good comment.
Yeah, baby. Yeah.
Harry hit the nail on the head about Trask being from UF. If he was from Utah, it would be different with the fans. Maybe. I think Trask would have been okay with this offense. David says, I don't mind Teddy either, though. Dave, Harry speaking facts, as he always does. Ryan, he's hurt right now. Trask is hurt. That he is. Sandra Nagel, that's so sad that a guy, great Kyle Trask, hate that coach. Easy, mom. Leo coming in hot. That he is, Dave. He always is. How bad is the injury? I wonder. Seems like it could be very serious with the shoulder. Never a good thing. Wilbur, as a clown. I don't know what that is. You cut a quarterback that knows all the plays, all the offense. How stupid is that? Jim says, how are you doing? I hope you're fine. I tried to message you on Messenger, but it's not going through. Okay. Don't know what that is. Thank you very much. 28 on YouTube. Thank you, Roger Shue, the tribal troll. Leo, you're the man. Trask. David, what about 28 on YouTube? Yes. David, thank you very much. I've ran into Gators crying session here.
Oh, yeah.
Not for me, buddy. Bet if you ask McMillan right now, he would like to have as a number 2 quarterback, Teddy or Trask. Wonder who you would choose. All right, Dave. Wilbur, Rays win 9-0. Rays up. As we're almost at 4 hours. Okay, I don't know who this guy Jim Robert is, but thanks a lot. Rays up, says Ray Kennedy. And give him this.
Mr.
Kennedy! Love that, Dave. Tom Brady also didn't beat out Drew Bledsoe. Has to wait till Drew got hurt to get his real shot. But when he got his real shot, Dave, what happened? He took advantage of it. So, okay, I guess that's fair. Before we complain, let's trust the process. Just wait and see what happens after Shamal, because they could be things going on behind the scenes we don't know about. I know it's been a while. I hope you all doing well. Scott, thanks a lot for tuning in, as always.
Yeah, baby. Yeah.
David says the game Trask had all the backups that game, though. Wilbur, I agree with Leo. Dave, Wilbur, me too. David, that was on Teddy, though. Ryan, Bridgewater is much better pocket presence. He's much more comfortable in the pocket under pressure. Agree. David, he didn't look good at all except the 2 touchdown passes. Not ready to say that. Teddy was going to go to his first read through a couple passes, but they have to dumb down calls. If Mayfield went out, he had to call a game. David, what did Bucky do against the number 1 defense, Peter? Oh, that's right. The O-line looked like hot garbage that game. Yes, it was not good, especially on that left side. But again, preseason, small sample size. Hopefully it doesn't carry over to the regular season. Trask had years to showcase. He could not. Thank you very much for tuning in. David, watch it again. Y'all just scoreboard watching. David, we got David Bartleston. Thank you very much for tuning in. And David Mosier on Facebook. In 3 games, Kyle has only thrown 1 more touchdown pass than Baker, 1 less than Bridgewater. He was 13 for 17. Absolutely did. David, again, I don't mind Teddy either, but he was not better than Trask. Wilbur, the caller is unbelievable. He needs to get his facts straight. This caller is unbelievable. He needs to get his facts straight. Alexander, Jameis was on fire when he got to the Saints. Devin White, horse collar tackle ruined Jameis' knee. Didn't come back from the same. Did not. Then why isn't he with anybody? Let's not act like Jameis ain't have that undefeated going into the game. Alex, his ACL, 2 giant goop balls. What's up, everybody? Alex laughed my ass off yet. He's hoping for a team, hopping from team to team as a second stringer below. I'm here for the full chespa. Okay, Alexander, I was talking pre-surgery. Dave, excuse me, the one common denominator that all these callers bring up is all the guys Trask has gone up against to compete for the job all have starting experience. Trask had 11 true NFL passes. So that was Dave England, Dave Moser. I remember Brady throwing higher across the middle, New England taking Gronkowski out for the rest of the season. Yes, it happens. Thank you. Thank you very much, David, for that.
Oh, yeah.
He only literally made 2 good throws. No, I'm not ready to say that. I see Harry is full of Chespa. Jameis Winston is ours anyways. Good luck with that. He was 13 for 17. That's all you can process. Leo just said the fact Trask never got a true chance. Preach, Leo. David says, you're in trouble when Harry points his finger and thumb together. Alex, regardless, Trask and Winston didn't work out in Tampa, period. 2 giant goofballs. Everyone had to know Trask was getting cut when Bridgewater got signed. Absolutely. Thank you very much, Andrew. Alex, Winston had a better chance than Trask. Wilbur, when Tom's head was all messed up, why not put Trask in there? We had a lot of losses because of Brady's mindset. Exactly. And they didn't do it. Agree, but Winston couldn't keep his interceptions down. David, hold on. Aren't you all the same? People said the coaches know what they have on their team, what they don't have. I thought Jason Light doesn't make bad decisions. We never said Jason Light doesn't make bad decisions, but the majority of his decisions have built this team into a Super Bowl champion, into a playoff contender, right? Can we agree? Want Tommy DeVito? No, I'm good with that. Peter, Rolex is calling about copyright infringement case based on your shirt. Thank you. Let's go out to the super chat right there. $5 to Meets McGee. Trask failed. Mayfield was out. Had to leave the first team offense. You need to get JP Peterson on at once. They treat him like he was Namath. Trask failed. Mayfield was out. He had to leave the first team offense. You need to get JP. But yeah, we'll definitely get JP Peterson on this show. Definitely tune in. Thank you very much for the super chat. Another $5. Appreciate this. He failed leading the first team offenses in practice when Mayfield was out. Absolutely.
Yes! 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 Yes!
And that's the reason why they moved on. How much did the Bucs want Jackson to lose? I don't think it was Jackson. I think it was Watson. Down to most likely 390, 380. I heard 380. Carl Hardy, Dean should be out of here. Alexander, last but not least, Devin Culp had a big year for his career this season, but not at least Devin Culp have a big year. He may have a big year if, again, the tight end there doesn't perform consistently or gets hurt. He'll have the opportunity. We saw, again, flashes of brilliance of that. So thank you very much, Alexander, for that. And Teddy, I trust. Go Bucs. Go Bucs.
Wait up, little boy. Wait up.
Go
It's
Bucs.
exciting.
Go Bucs.
How about them Bucs, baby?
Go Bucs. All right. Alexander, Jamel Dean is good of help on the roster as Richard Sherman was when he was here. Oh, man. I think nobody just against the Bridgewaters we never knew from full perspective was Trask could have done with our weapons. Fair point. Also, Trask was cheap. Keep any success Bridgewater have. If something happens to Baker, it's going to cost us to resign Arthur. It was supposed to be Trask's job after Brady, and he couldn't win the job. So deuces to Mr. Trask. Go Bucs. Go Bucs.
Wait up, little boy. Wait up.
Go Bucs.
It's exciting.
Go Bucs.
How about them Bucs, baby?
Go Bucs. All right, so we are almost at 4 hours, so we'll see if we can get there. Going to see the Bucs beat the Falcons in Atlanta. Love it. Dave, Trask at 4 different offensive coordinators now while being in TB, Leftwich, Canales, Cohen, and Grizzard. Get your facts straight. It's not the same system. Dave, Harry pay up, get Mr. Williams his wings. Agree. Alex, so did Baker and your points. Ben, chicken. It's always good. Dave, Alex Dunster. It's not the same system. Plus, if you remember when Canales was the offensive coordinator, when Baker came aboard, the completion was a neck and neck according to the team, or the competition was neck and neck, They went with Baker because of the experience. Dave, FS fan, imagine that. Florida State fan. Alex, Dave, trash is trash. Sorry, it hurts your feelings. Trask, in my opinion, isn't and doesn't have full potential to be quarterback number 1. Not even quarterback number 2. If Chetty can be sitting on the couch, get a call, put up better numbers than you've done with the Bucs in years, Tampa isn't for you. Dave, Bucs fans need to drop the FSU UF hate when these guys are drafted by the Bucs because they are Bucs. Screw what they played in college football. Alex, I'm an FSU fan. Dave, Alex, Christopher Cole. Don't forget Elijah Roberts on the DL. Didn't forget about my friend Elijah Roberts. In fact, we got to play that interview. Him and Jalen McMillan. Looks like he's most likely going to make the team. Had a sack the other night. Didn't talk about him. Who would fans rather have? GM Dominic or Light? I'll take Light all day long. Dominic's only draft hit was Levante David. Joseph, hi, my name is Willie Main. I'm Deb Bucs. Go Bucs. Look up. I will enjoy watch TV soon. Best Haitian, go Bucs. Thank you very much, sir. Appreciate you watching.
Wait up, little boy. Wait up.
Love
It's
it.
exciting.
Love it.
How about them Bucs, baby?
Love it. All right, let's go out to Joseph here. Don't like drinking beer, but stay sober. Fun party, good relationship. Not a problem. I'm a sober guy too. Thanks a lot for watching. Go Gators. Nah. Can UF and FSU fans just agree we all hate the U? Yes. Question, does Emeka go back to his number 2? It's a great question. I don't know. Well, that's a great question. Most of these guys are going to be Uber drivers. I'm a Uber driver, I guess. Parsons of the Bucs for Palmer and a second-round pick. Nah, it's not going to happen.
Oh, yeah.
That's nonsense.
Shut up.
Trask can go work at Wawa now. Hello, I have some questions I'd like to ask you. Could you send me a message on Messenger? Deanna Drum. Thanks a lot. Appreciate it. Don't know what those questions are. Ralph Williams, Kyle Trask, cut. Wow, I knew it when Bridgewater was signed. Mike D. Rose, Shea. Peter has been a huge supporter of mine and my battle with cancer. Thank you so much. Go Bucs. Always support you, my friend. Keep on doing what you're doing. Fight the good fight as always.
Wait up, little boy. Wait up.
It is exciting.
It's exciting.
It is.
How about them Bucs, baby?
It is. Travis Faley of Rocket Sports and Entertainment. I like the Teddy move. I agree with you on that. V cut weight could have. I believe you're talking about Desmond Watson. Travis Faley, can someone please break your fingers so you can stop hitting those buttons on the sound effects board? I don't know. Let's see here. How about no? Travis Faley, all GMs make mistakes. Great compliments from your watchers tonight. I love these guys. I really do. They really are the lifeblood of what we do here, Travis Faley. I mean that so much. Seriously, I don't want to be emotional, but when you are trying to get into this business and you don't have many people that are your friends, that you're followers, that are fans, that support what you do, I don't take this for granted. When I tell you I've got 258,000 viewers on Facebook and multiple viewers on all these social media platforms, I appreciate that. I really do. That's friggin' awesome. The Rams took him one pick before the Bears. And Alex says, great show, Peter. God bless everyone. God bless the sports web. On that note, let's go ahead and wrap it up there. Let's check Instagram Live. We got nothing on Instagram Live at this point. Thanks a lot to all the guests tonight. Harry the Greek, of course, co-host, professional handicapper extraordinaire. Of course, we had JC Allen to start from Sports Illustrated. Appreciate that. Al Bushman of the Rays Rewind podcast, his huddle show there. Definitely have him on more and more. Have him on Monday. Leo Haggerty, former Coach Scout and now media member of Night Sports Productions. We'll keep it down. Like and subscribe to the Sports Web on YouTube. Friend me on Facebook. Love the YouTube Super Chats, the Facebook stars. They're awesome. Do 3 things. Bring your passion. Bring your excitement. Just don't bring any nonsense. I'm your host, Peter Blake, your Rolex reporter. What time is it? It's my time. And for you Bucs fans and fans of the Sports Web, it's your time. We'll see you next time on the evolution of Sports Talk Television. As we always say on this show, go Bucs. And by the way, 12 days away from the start of the NFL season for your Tampa Bay Buccaneers versus the Atlanta Falcons. You got to love it.